Well, none of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Children have to go back to the roots, yeah. None of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Children have to go back to the roots. I'm telling you now, the truth, the truth. Telling you, yeah, the truth, the truth. You have to go back to the roots, the roots. Go to the roots, to the roots. Yeah, man, this is Benjamin out of the Smiling Coast, West Africa, Gambia, representing for the one and only Abu, the big man you don't know, the Soninke warrior, the man that brings the truth, Soninke warrior, the sign of enlightenment, the Soninke warrior, the righteous and the true African. Abu, reveal the truth to them, no matter how them try run from it, because none of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Yes, we have to dig back the roots, yeah. Fire!
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Afridamus Report. I want to welcome all of you to today's edition of the Afridamus Report. I'm your host, Afridamus. Ladies and gentlemen, today the question is fact or fiction. Most Africans, especially Black Africans from West Africa, Central Africa, do they see, Somalis as Arabs or as Black? Because you have to remember, most people, especially from my part of Africa, which is West Africa, have probably never came in contact with a Somali person ever in their life. The only time we come in contact with Somalis is in the West, in Europe or America. Somalis, I don't think they travel to West Africa, and I don't think West Africans travel to Somalia. And I could tell from my interactions with Somalians, even in the Western world. So this conversation here that I'm about to have with people, I want you to know this is about being open-minded, because I get it. When you talk about, topics like this, people get all bent out of shape, feelings get hurt. And, for me personally, I don't even understand how anyone can attach their feelings to something that, how other people perceive others to be. So there's always two questions that people tend to ask. Is being Black and African the same thing? Is it the same thing? As far as I know, for instance, right? Um, like when I was growing up, I was used to Lebanese, because, like I've told you guys over here, I've lived mostly, in Sierra Leone, where I've interacted with Lebanese, some Syrians, um, and there is what they call Nars, people from Mauritania. They are Arab looking, but they are barbers. So I get that Mauritania is in Africa, in West Africa. There's lots of Mauritanians, in fact, in the Gambia, And yes, I understand there's a difference between the country being in Africa itself and how, especially people in Gambia, Nigeria, and other places, Ghana, how they see a Mauritanian person to be. And I can tell you, they see them more like an Arab than Black. And these conversations, you see it even here online, where sometimes people, would try to change reality. I have met some Somalis, even here in the States, who they see themselves as Arabs. There is some who don't see themselves that way. The more Western and the more Americanized the Somali person is, the more they see themselves as Blacks. Most West Africans, what they would have in common with Somalis, what I tend to see around, is if you're Muslim from a Muslim country, like people from Gambia, Senegal, those regions, people, and, you know, all over West Africa, pretty much people. I'm just giving examples. The only thing they would have in common is the religion, and they seem to get along just fine, you know. So people are socialized that way. So this conversation is not about whether people get along or not. It's just, you know, edutainment. It's entertaining, but also educational. How people, you know, get to know one another. Because even for Somalis, you know, more westernized Somalis, I would say second generation Somalis, you know, if they're having the honest conversation with you, if you ask them, it is confusing. And also, definitely Somalis themselves, you know, like, not all, obviously cannot be all, but I have to speak of the majority. When you interact, you tend to see like they have a superiority type complex over people from West Africa. And I come to learn that even online, that to a point that they have, you know, epithets for them. In fact, yesterday we had the same sort of conversation where the, you know, the epithet that Somalis have for, you know, quote unquote Bantu. They say Bantu looking people, but people that look like West Africans. So that shows that they don't see themselves as the same, just like the West Africans don't see Somalis as being black. So now, me personally, I see, I tend to see, you know, I would see some Somalis who look very, very close, look like Arab confusion. And I've seen the ones also who, you know, look dark, but still, you know, like the, it seems like the Arab looking is the dominant one. Like, for example, Ilhan Omar, I tend to ask that question. If Ilhan Omar in America, a congresswoman from Somalia, should be able to represent, you know, herself as black, like represent black people, because obviously the difference is there. We all know it. So unless black, you know, means something different, meaning, you know, the culture you're socialized in, or racially. But in this context here, I'm speaking of, because we know Arab is a race, right? And I'm just giving you the facts that most West Africans, let's just be honest, they see Somalis as closest to Arab than anything else, and rightfully so. Um, because when you think about Islam, they associate it to Arabs. They have their own writing, they have their own culture, their dialects, you know, seem to sound more like Arab. Because even the Mauritanians, they are Berbers. Their language is similar to kind of like Arabic, even though I can't speak it. But if an Arab person speaks, both of them speak, you can tell there's a difference, just as for Somalis. But the argument that many Somalis that come online tend to argue against is that they are mixed. They said they are not mixed at all. They are the, you know, their own race. Now, that part, I'm lost there. So that's why we're going to have this conversation here, because there is a difference, a complete difference between what a Somali person looks like generally, if you compare it to, you know, your idea of an African person. I would say in the Horn of Africa in general. And that doesn't mean that your African, you know, you being African is going to be taken away. No, no one can take you being an African away. But, you know, the conversation is important to have. So I'm going to play, you know, a short clip, a video that was made by actual Somali, you know, who live in the Western world. And even they themselves, you would hear how they would get confused about how do they, you know, describe themselves. You know, because like myself, for instance, I don't know if I've ever really thought about it until the conversations started coming up. I just know, like, okay, their culture is different from West African, generally West African country cultures. But am I not familiar with it? No, I'm familiar with it because from a majority Islamic country, so their culture is mostly centered around Islam. But like I said again, I've always thought maybe for sure that they are mixed with Arabs as well. But to say they're their own complete different race, I'm lost there. Because if you guys look at it, most African, I mean, I don't know of any Black African nation or Black African group that have their own written language. If you guys know of any, let me know. I'm not saying people writing their own language, using English or French. That's not what I'm saying. Their own letter, like Ethiopia, Somalia, you know, that area, those are the only groups that they are lettered. They have their own lettering. Their language is way different from other parts of Africa. And they look different from other parts of Africa. So it is safe to say they must definitely are mixed from an outside group, a group that is not native to Africa. But people have made the argument. Like I said, we're all here to learn. Um, I'm going to eventually open the lines up so people can come and have the discussion. So here we go. But before I do that, I'm going to play this fair usage here. And for the folks that are celebrating, Kwanzaa, if you guys are not familiar with Kwanzaa, it is the Black version of Christmas. So happy Kwanzaa to you. And I would play the Kwanzaa music here while we do the copyright, the fair use notification here. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm about to play this video here, and like I said, it was made by two Somalis, and they asked this question. I want you guys to hear some of the answers, and I'm also gonna, be stopping, as you guys know, to answer some of the things that are happening in this conversation. Here we go.
What's up, guys? My name is Ali.
My name is Ibrahim,
and welcome to our YouTube channel. Are Somalis considered black or Arabs? What do you think?
Did you guys hear the question? This is the Somalis themselves asking this question. Are Somalis black or Arabs? So it's funny how usually that's what always keeps coming. They don't associate Somalis to anything else but Arab. And I don't know why people take offense to it sometimes. It's because I have witnessed some of these arguments where Somalis would go hard on against this argument until when it's come to colonialism, they start shaming West Africans, for quote unquote being colonized. But I look through, people for some reason they tend to also be ashamed of saying they whatever land they live on was colonized. Like you guys saw the Liberians also fighting hard, saying they weren't colonized. I mean, I mean, like different colonialisms happen, but that's not what we're here for. So did the Arabs, by any chance, because if they say if Africa is black, okay, and you can see the features of these two guys, they don't look like your typical regular African. Then where did the phenotype come from? Are they mixed or not mixed? That's the question. Because in Somalia, I've seen some Somalis. If you check out, there is other groups of Somalians who look West African. Are those people the original people to the land, or they were brought there? That's what the question is. Because or another group came. It used to be black, and they started getting intermarried. They colonized the place and took it over. I understand some Somalis, they take offense to this, but trust me, I'm not being offensive here, you know, at all. I'm just laying out what is possible. Because whatever happened 10,000 years ago, we don't know that. Because we know that at one point, Somalis, conquered, part of Ethiopia for 10 years, colonized that part there. So maybe this is just, the nature of life. Like this group, they conquered that place. Because even look at here in America, how Somalis move. They have an entire area to themselves. They have their own representative. So maybe naturally they have this drive, to conquer places, to absorb them in. So maybe back in the days, people did it through fighting physical wars, but today you can infiltrate them in another type of way. I'm just throwing out possibilities. It's possible because it's happened before in history. So that's why it's important to hold these conversations, because when people deny being outside force, but then because Africans are the one that Black Africa seem to be the one that everyone comes and conquer. Let's just be real. Okay? Let's just be real. And then the other countries that don't look like Black Africa seem to brag and say they've never been conquered. Then how did they get there? I'm just throwing out questions. That's all. Well, let's continue.
I think they're considered Arab, black and Arab, a mix. Wait, are you serious? Yeah, I said Arab. I'm like, did he mistake Arab? Maybe. Okay, so why do you say that? No, I consider myself half black, half white. Not half white. I mean half Arab.
So, guys, you see how confused they themselves are? Like they're literally confused because, like, they know they've been around, actual Black person. So we are not blind. We all see it, but there's a difference. So they don't even know, if they should say they are mixed with Arab or white. Because, the Italians, occupied, Somalia before. So sometimes we hear people say, oh, we're not colonized. I mean, like Iraq, for instance, Afghanistan, like the United States, they occupied it for some time. And they still occupy it, not like they did in the past. What if this is the new, because, like to make people more comfortable, they changed the name of colonizing a place. Maybe that name is just too much. Because you have to think about it, like look at the action, versus what somebody's just telling you to believe. Because some people are so hung up on, oh, this is what the dictionary say. Okay, cool. This is what it said, but what are you looking at? What are you seeing? Because they can manipulate words. So So some people, they say, okay, this foreign country came, they impose their education system, their language on you, fits the criteria of colonialism. Another group that probably see themselves as superior, they went through the same process, but then they say, no, that's not colonialism. That was occupation. What's the difference? Same difference to me. But let's allow these guys to clarify if they are mixed with Arab or they are just their own, ethnic group.
No, I swear this topic is like
It is.
It's a very
we still consider ourselves Somali.
yeah.
Okay, but it's just that
Because I feel like
Somali's black.
a lot of people confuse ethnicity with race. Like our ethnicity is Somali. We're full Somali,
Right.
And we're proud of being Somali. Like a lot of people are gonna comment something and be like, "Oh, you guys."
So pretty much ethnicity would translate to, like in Africa, what tribe? What tribe? Because I remember like when I was a kid, like living in Sierra Leone, if you asking somebody, you don't say what tribe are you? You say what ethnicity? Like in Creole, you say what are your ethnicity? What ethnicity? Or some, they would ask you. So even when we studied social studies, I remember they don't say tribes. Like when they're naming, they just say the different ethnicities of the Gambia. That's how they describe it. So I get where he's coming from. Ethnicity is different from nationality, also different from race. People, this is complicated, but let's let him tell us.
Yani, like Dakhan Alis.
Yeah.
You guys, y'all not proud of y'all.
it's Dakhan Alis Malla.
Dakhan Alis. You guys are not proud of where y'all from. This, like, we're proud of where we're from. Let's, at the end of the day,
We're Somali.
we're Somali. But what are we? Like, what are we considered?
but
We know we're Somali, but
no,
apart
but is
from
Arab
that,
no, is Arab a race?
yeah, I think so.
I mean, in America, the description of what black is, they definitely fit that criteria. Let's just be honest. I mean, all the people in America for sure. So this is why I say, what are the Africans say, and even most. Okay, for instance, black people generally out here, Somalis tend to live in black neighborhoods around where I'm at. So, but a black American, if they are describing a Somalian, they would distinguish him from, let's say, if they're describing me, because they would say the African dude, but a Somali, they would make sure they say the Somali dude. So people make the distinctions, and that's not a bad thing. I don't see it. It's just logic, common sense. But people try to sprinkle too much bad energy around it. How dare you tell me I'm not black? In America, they've given them the black card because you see, Ilhan Omar, she's part of the Black Caucus. So I don't know if that's based on skin color or based in coming from Africa. That would mean, I don't know, if a white person from South Africa can have the black card too, if that's what it's based off of. And I'm not comparing Ilhan Omar to a white person. I know some are gonna try to run with it. Just giving you an example. For some reason, people get really, really, butthurt about, some of these things.
Think about it, right? When you filling out a job application,
I'm thinking about it.
when you when you're filling out a job application, right? There's Arabs, Asians, blacks / African Americans, white Hispanics. What do you check when you're filling out a job application?
You really want to know?
Yeah.
No, I check other.
So they are talking about the the racial box. I mean, in America, that's what you gotta do. I'm sure in other mixed Western nations like the UK, you gotta check your race. So in America, you have white at the top, Caucasian. You have Asian, people from Asia. You have black slash African. And I've heard many people, some those people, they're like, you go get your own box. Well, we did not, create the box. But I get what they're saying. Like when the black people say people are hustling off of saying they're black, because definitely Ilhan Omar is, she got the most, this power because she said she's black. But what other ADOS blacks also don't understand is, like, if you look around, it's not going to be, you're not going to see, because if they're trying to block you, they would block me too, because in a couple of generations, I would become the ADOS again. You see? So this is why if you look around, there's a new class of blacks, even in America. Look at Kamala, Obama, all that. It's new, different kind of black. It's not like what you're used to seeing, like your Nigerian black, Ghanaian black, Gambian black, Kenya. No, it's a new, different class. The Ilhan Omar type of, black. So that's why I want us to talk about this. You see how confused these guys are? Even what box they're supposed to check, they'll have to hit the order, because there's the order box. You cross it off and write your, whatever you consider yourself to be. So this is interesting. I remember a long time ago, one time I went to the bank and I'm sitting there. So in front of the lady, she's filling out this form, and they have the race section. She looks at me. She said, "What do you consider yourself to be?" Like literally, because she wants to be politically correct. I said, "I can pick any box." She said, "Yeah," and I told her Caucasian, and she was like, she wouldn't check. She's like, oh, she got all confused, but she was the one that asked me. She's like, oh, okay, let me get my manager. I said, but ma'am, I can check any box. That's what you told me. And then I had to, just tell her that I was joking. But you get the point. In America, it's based in color. That's what they go by. So African American is /black. So that's why when some black people, they get mad, they say, oh man, you African, you ain't black. Man, the white people put us right next to you, right next to you. Trust me. We did not discuss this with them. We showed up and the box was already there. They're like, hey, pick one. And I see myself as black. When I look in the mirror, I see black. So I check the black box. That's all.
I check other, because, and then at the box they tell you when you check other, you gotta write at the bottom, you gotta write something.
Yeah.
I write Somali, but there are times, you are right. They only give you those options.
Yeah.
And I check.
But is Somali a race though? That's the question. So these guys themselves, they are confused. When, like, let's say West Africans say Somalis are mixed, other Somalis say, no, we are not mixed with Arab. And so they take real offense to this. But then you're like, okay, am I the stupid one asking stupid questions? Like, okay, dude, I'm looking at you. This is no disrespect. I'm looking at you, I'm looking at me, and I'm asking this question, and I'm giving you possible scenarios, and you're getting upset. But these guys, they truly are honest about it. They want to know, just like all of us want to know.
Black / African American. And for me, I think that's I would think that's accurate because we are somewhat black. We are from Africa. Because I mean, what if a white person is yeah, if a white person is half black, you know, like their father is black and their mother is white, they're considered half black. You don't say they're full black.
What is your point?
This is okay. This is a different. I think I'm going off. But anyways, I checked at black African American because
Someone said, they say they are not Gerard too. Hey, I've learned that word. I can totally see, I can totally see a Somali saying that. I am not one of those Gerards. We're just having conversation. Audrey said in the UK, it's black African, black Caribbean, or other. I take other. We know, Audrey, you take other for Irish. Audrey is Irish. That's what she writes. So you see the confusion?
I consider myself black. I'm from Africa.
Right.
So Africans are black. They're considered black because they're from Africa.
Right.
Now,
and then if you come here, you're considered African American.
Yeah, if you come here, you consider African American. Exactly.
Yeah.
But there's still an option for black because most people that come from Africa, let's say, you know, like me, from Somalia or from Sierra Leone or from Nigeria, they don't consider themselves African American. They still want to be true to themselves and be like, you know what, I'm black.
African.
Yeah, I'm African, I'm black. So there's no African.
That's true. Like, that's why when I see the arguments, like when people say, oh, these Africans are trying to steal FBA, you know, or ADOS's identity. I don't see many Africans. I don't see many doing that. There are some for sure that try to pass themselves off as, you know, being ADOS, but that's very rare. So these two dudes here, they will try to pass themselves off as ADOS. I mean, like in America, literally, I'm gonna bring those shows here. Race seems to be a hustle. Or someone says mostly Nigerians. Exactly. Yes. The Nigerians do try to steal the ADOS identity. They are the ones that you're more likely to run into and try to pretend that they are ADOS than any other African. Most other ones would tell you what country they are from for sure. Not all Nigerian. I don't want Audrey to start crying again.
Wait. African Americans are black.
No, they are black, but some Africans, they say, I don't want the American tied to me.
To me, okay.
Because
I'm just strictly African.
Yes, because I was born there, and even if I was raised here, I consider myself wholly black, wholly African.
True.
You know what I'm saying? So some people, they consider themselves like they don't want to be tied to American. They just want, I want to be African, I want to be black, that's it. So I think for me, that's...
And you see, like you said, it was Nigerian that told him, no, you guys are not black. Because, okay, also, yes, Nigerians would tell you the quiet part, like what the other Africans are thinking or saying. Yes, they would be the one that would tell you, no, you are not real African. Oh, you are not black. You cannot be black, or I'm looking dead at you. So they say the quiet part, like, because, you know, you guys have seen too, Niger, even on here. You know, they would hold that debate with you. They would tell you. So it was a Nigerian kid that this guy told them, no, we don't consider it to be black.
That's fair.
Like, for me, I consider myself black as well. Yeah. Because, like, not even, like, for me, I grew up around the black culture. You know, I grew up around, like, high school. I had a lot of black friends, and they even considered me, like, they know I'm not strictly black, like, I'm not strictly African American, but they can still identify with me. Like, they're like, oh, this guy is African, he's part of us, you know?
So you're coming from the point where...
So in America, they are definitely black. So there's an aspect of when you're socialized in, you know, the black culture, the urban culture. Because you look at, I'll bring you guys some pictures. Some people, I swear, they would say they are black. Africans wouldn't see those people as black. So if those people are considered black in America, and these guys, they are socialized in black culture, I can see how they are seen as black for sure. No doubt, wherever they go around America, they will be seen as black. I want to make that clear as well.
Where black culturally, just because you grew up in this culture, you can say, so you don't consider yourself black because of coming from Africa.
No, that too. I do. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Like if you're born in Africa, you're African.
Yeah.
You can't, like, you're not Arab. You know what I mean? Arab is like the Arab Peninsula. It's like the Middle East.
Yeah.
These guys don't know what they are talking about. I mean, North Africa, those are Arabs. I don't know if they are not thinking about that. In Sudan, they have Arabs there. In Tanzania, in various African countries, you get the point. So that part, they don't know what they are talking about. You could still be born in Africa and be an Arab.
Not Middle Eastern. We're strictly African. But then you also have like West Africans.
Yeah.
Some West Africans don't consider us to be Africans. To them. You know what I mean? Like, because there was a time, like, there was this one Nigerian kid.
Yeah.
He was like, oh, like, Somalis are not Africans.
Did you guys hear that? It was a Nigerian kid. Didn't I tell you guys? The Nigerian kid would always say the quiet part out. He's the one Nigerian would more than likely say to you, no, you are not. We don't consider you African. And yeah, I was right.
And I kind of understand where he's coming from.
Somalis are not Africans, but we're in Africa?
No, like...
You mean you're not African because you grew up here? Maybe that's what he meant. Like,
No. He meant like Somalis are not Africans. And I kind of understand where the argument is coming from.
Yeah.
And even like, you know, Somalis that say I'm Arab,
yeah.
I understand that too. Because it's like, they feel like they're not African, like a true African. Like we're East Africans, you know what I mean?
But Kenyans are East Africans. So this is why I said how West Africans see, you know, Somalis, if they are black. Because in Kenya, I don't know if I can use Kenya's standard from seeing, you know, I don't know how Kenya really classifies this, because it's my understanding that Indians, another tribe, one of the tribes of Kenya. So I don't know if we can really use their standard. Look, when I was growing up, as far as I know, the part of Africa I come from, which is mainly West Africa, entirely, this is how they look at it. If you are not black, you are either Arab or Chinese, or if they don't know what you are, if you don't look black like them, you are white. It's black or white. There is no in between. Like him, for sure. Over here, they would for sure call him, you know, an Arab, especially with that turban on. They would consider him an Arab. Probably even him. They would consider him more like Black American for sure.
That's a true African though. I thought it was part of coming from Africa. That is, at the end of the day, your truest form. You're African. So just because we're East and West, I mean, I don't know where he was getting at. Yeah. I don't know where your friend was getting at, but you should have pressed them.
The Nigerian kid?
Yeah. You should.
No, I mean,
you should have pressed them and be like, hold on, what you talking about? But he's probably talking about we're not considered Africans, the Somalis here, because the Dakhan that they raised here.
No, you know how like the West Africans, they have like certain, like, you know, like I would say
they have their roots.
No, I would say West
cultural.
Africans, they hold true to their African like roots to their like
But it's all culture, though. Like, if you really look at it, we have true African within us too. It's just that we have Mawis and you know, and these.
I think we have more of like Arab culture. That's what I think it is. And
Yeah, I mean, that's how most West Africans see Somali. They see it as Arab culture, like the guy is saying. But like I said, Somalis make argument against that. Not all, but some of them. Some are proud of it, in fact. So it's the ones that are westernized, they deny it. But if you talk to like an actual typical Somali, you know, they'll, you know, they have a different perspective.
that's why like people that say I'm not black, I'm Arab, or they claim they're Arab, they're probably coming from that understanding. Like they're like, I have more of like culture identity. Even Somalis, our language in a way is the same as Arabs.
Oh yeah, that's
Right?
that's a good point. Some of our words come from the Arabic language.
Arabic
as well.
language. So it's like I understand where people are like they say, oh, I'm not black, I'm Arab.
I'm Arab, yeah.
But at the end of the day,
Somali, but like, don't you have to have a little bit of Arab in you? Like, do you think
to be what?
to be Arab?
Huh?
Like to consider. I lost
Yo,
you. No,
you're confusing me.
no, to consider yourself Arab. You know, some Somalis, they consider themselves, hey, I'm Arab. You know.
So these guys are Somalis. He confirmed, I mean, because I've even seen that myself. Some Somalis that consider themselves to be Arab. But it's also my understanding that I guess there's some Arabs that live in Somalia. So I don't know which one is it.
Like, I'm Arab. You know, I'm Arab. Yeah, not Arabic, right? It's Arab.
Arab.
Okay, yeah. They say I'm Arab.
This guy don't even know his geography.
Some Somalis, they say I'm Arab because they're half. Either their great grandparents were Arab. You know, they're probably from Yemen, or they're probably from this side or from this side. So you know, to ask the question, do you think being Arab means that you have to have the language and the culture, or does that mean that you just have to live there, or you have to be from, or your parents have to be from there to be consider yourself Arab?
I don't know where they're coming from. Like I'm Arab.
Yeah. Some Somalis do say that.
They say that. Like,
yeah.
where are you coming from? Like you're not Arab.
Yeah.
Like maybe you might have, like if you do a DNA test, you might have some Arab in you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
Because East Africans, they're very.
So obviously these guys are confused. They're going back and forth. They're like, oh, we have Arab. No, we don't have Arab, you know. But they've heard other Somalis that consider themselves Arab. So I see some people say, no, they don't. But these guys are Somalis themselves. And I don't think they're making it up. They have no reason to. But you can be right as well.
Like diverse. They have like certain there's Somalis that have Italian in them.
Yeah.
They have different flavors. But
Can we say we're Italian?
I don't like.
Yeah.
No, you could say I have Italian in me, but you can't say.
So you guys see, like, I heard other Somalis say we were never colonized, but the Italians did colonize that part of Africa for some time. Because again, people say, no, it was just occupation, up to X amount of years. Well, we could say the same too, because the British didn't stay forever. It was just, X amount of years, and we got rid of them, less than 100 years. So, but anyways, that's another topic.
I'm Italian. You're Somali at the end of the day. Yeah. You know what I mean? And that's why I wanted to take the whole Somali thing out, because Somali is an ethnicity. It's, in this case, we're not speaking on ethnicity, we're just speaking on race.
Race. Ah, okay.
So Arab is a race. Okay. Arabs is a race.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Blacks,
African Americans is a race. But if you say ethnicity, like it could be Jamaican, there's black Jamaicans. You know what I mean? Yeah. There's black
Well, Slayer Jam, technically, Ethiopia was They will call it occupation, but the Italians did, in fact, take over the country for some time. That wasn't even that long ago. This was in the 1930s. That's why Haile Selassie went to the Nation of Leagues, to help, look for help to remove the Italians. So Africa's history is pretty complicated. So it's really hard for people. People shouldn't quickly jump and say, "Oh, we are not colonized. It was those other people." No, like even Liberians like to say, "Oh, we are not colonized." No, they were colonized for 133 years, but they don't want to admit it. But that's the truth.
These are like ethnicities.
Yeah.
If I'm not wrong, you know what I mean?
You're probably right.
It
It makes a lot of sense. You see, it makes a lot of sense to say black.
Yeah.
For Somalis.
Yeah.
Than it does to say that you're Somali.
Arab. Yeah. You're black. You're African.
Yeah.
You came to America. Mm-hmm. You're African American.
Well, again, I've asked that question before. Does that mean, okay, just because you're from Africa, it doesn't matter your race, you can be called African American? Because you do realize, like I've met white people from South Africa. Should they be called African American? They're from Africa. If we go by this guy's, no. If we go by what he's saying.
If we look at skin color as well, skin color,
we're black.
Yeah, some people might be lighter skin,
but at the end of the day, I think like the whole thing about I think people are confusing skin color with maybe race. You know what I mean? Yeah. Because people say, "Oh, Somalis are black." Are they talking about like race, or are you talking about black as in African American? Like, what are you talking about?
Or where they're from,
or where you're from,
or what they have. Yeah. I was just thinking while you were talking. Can you imagine a white person checking off black, like on the list say black? Hey, we don't know where he's coming from.
No, that's
no. I'm serious.
Why would you?
We don't know where he's coming from. So he can argue the fact that hey, maybe he considers himself black because culturally he was raised in a black, raised in a black community.
That's how I feel like. Yeah, like for me, apart from like just the black being
from
African,
Africa,
but like I feel like I was raised in a black culture, like the way I dress, the way I talk.
Yeah.
Like we're from New York, so we always say like, what's up, bro? What's good? What's up? That's
so they're speaking about more like black culture, because even here in America, I do see that. Where people, even some of the white kids who quote unquote pretend to be, black. But when I say black, you guys know what I'm talking about. Like everybody look at hip hop culture. That's the marker for what black is. So that's what he's talking about. The trending scene, the music scene, the entertainment scene. That's what he's talking about. Most people consider to be black culture. It's a fraction of it, but yeah.
New York slang, and it's black culture. That's why
there are a lot of people that a lot of white people as well that do act black, and they are, and some of them do. Hey, if he checks out black,
no, I mean
it's nothing.
But he can't claim he's black.
So you see, he's writing that line. So now he's saying, okay, since because outright he's not admitting that he's not black, but we'll get to that here in a minute. He's saying, okay, since they can just socialize in black culture, they can just say I'm black. And he asked him, he said, what about a white person? Some of these white people that think they're black, they hang around blacks, they talk black, they act black. Can they check the box? And the other guy's like, yeah. So you see, there's like a slippery slope. People can eventually slowly classify themselves as something, just because they feel like it or because it's convenient. but it doesn't match reality. That's why these debates get really heated.
Black, but he can say, "Oh, like
I'm black. I'm black, saying you're claiming that you're black.
I don't know, man." At the end of the day,
back to what we were talking about.
No, at the end of the day, it's good to have conversations like this.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
As long as it's not, you're not attacking. Because I see people like, and I hope people don't comment on here and just curse people out and say, "Oh no, you're black." We just want to have a discussion. Like even on the comment section, you guys can comment. What's your opinion? What do you think? Are Somalis considered black or Arabs?
Arabs, yeah.
I mean, we know we're Somalis.
Yeah.
Like, don't say that. Like,
forget that part. It's
part.
not that we don't want to be Somalis.
Yeah,
we are
Somalis.
So, guys, this is exactly along what the topic is here. You know, their video fits so well. It's almost like they are my co-host in this. So they want to know too what you think. If you see them as black or Arab. That's what this conversation is about. So I'm going to drop the link here in a little bit, you know, so you guys can come here and tell me what you know Somalis to be. And I would encourage, you know, if there's any Somali that is watching, please call in as well.
At the end of the day, like we hold pride to where we're from and who we are. We're Somalis at the end of the day. That's not ever gonna change.
True.
You know? So take that out of it, the fact that we're Somali, but what are we
what do you consider yourself?
What do you consider yourself?
Yeah.
Like African American, and then also
black, Arab.
I also feel like being black, it has like a bad connotation to it. Like people see being black as like this negative thing. That's why I think like a lot of Somalis don't want to consider themselves black. They're like, oh, like I'm not black. Like it's too much pride.
Yeah.
Like I think they're coming from an arrogant place. Like, oh, I'm not black. Like, well, who you think I am? Like I'm Somali. Like they hold pride.
So I can see where the you know, like the racial epithet, all that thing comes from. So that's what he's describing. Some of them, they feel like they are above what they know to be black, which is African looking. That's what he's describing. And I've heard people talk about that as well. But me personally, I haven't had any issues with any Somalis ever. I've been, you know, the ones I know are cool people. So I haven't observed any of that from them, but they cannot represent the entire group. That's not realistic.
To where they're from, so they despise other people to the point where they look down at other people. Like, I think it's okay to be proud of where you're from. I'm Somali, yeah, but don't look down at someone because of where they are black. Like I'm black. You know what I mean? I'm Somali at the end of the day, but I consider myself more black than anything. You know what I mean? My Arabs, I love my Arabs too. Yeah. Like you know, growing up, I had Arab friends like high school.
I still do.
Yeah, we still do. Like when we see them, it's all love. They Arabs love us. You know what I mean? And we love them too. They're our people. You know, like we were saying, it's good to have a discussion, talk. You know, like hear people out. Like, because we might be wrong too.
Yeah.
Comment, tell us, oh, you guys, y'all said this, but whatever. Give your opinions. We're gonna respect it. We're gonna read it. And even you guys that's commenting, read each other's posts too and agree.
Get to know each other.
Get to know each other, talk to each other, you know, because...
So, they want to know too, okay? And they are right. You know, let's have, you know, mature conversation. I know this conversation, sometimes they tend to be tense, but I don't think people are trying to be malicious or trying to be funny. They just want to know. They just want to have conversation on a realistic base instead of creating this Pan-African fantasy that most people like to create. Because yesterday, remember, I talked about Colorism 101. like I said, West Africans, they're not gonna see, they don't see Somalis generally as black. And I can see if a Somali person in America say they are not black, some black people, they are going to take offense. They're going to take offense to it. They would definitely. All right, let's see here. We have Dr. K.
Yo, what's up? What's up?
Hey,
Can you hear me?
Dr. K, welcome. Welcome.
Yeah, so this is an interesting discussion. So I don't identify myself as black either. Obviously, I look black, you know. That's not the point here. There's no such thing as black race. There's different races in Africa. We have Niger Kordofan A people in West Africa. You have the Niger Kordofan B, or the Bantus. You have even within the Bantus, they're not the same race. Bantus from Kenya are very different.
Okay,
Right.
I trust me, I understand that even in West Africa,
Right.
people, we don't identify ourselves by race. But when there's a Lebanese person, right, we're able to differentiate and see that, okay, there's a Lebanese, right? And
Right.
we are Africans, because people can see this. So let's speak about race, not in the semantics form. Let's speak about it in the form that we all
Okay, so
know,
social.
like the social, like what reality in the West, not the African version. Reality, what is standing, what we can see.
Fair, fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, then. Yeah, I think white people will see Somalis as black, and if you're
Mhm.
talking about the social stuff, that's what white people think in general. So, yeah, if we're gonna go down with that social
Yeah, I'm
thing,
talking about
yeah.
not what the white people think, because we already know what white people classify Somalis as. We already know that. But what about majority West African, vast, and also other blacks in America, black American adults? Do they see Somalis as black?
See, Black Americans think everyone is black, right? They think Dominicans are also black. So I think generally,
It depends on who, but because there is
Greetings.
greetings. Hold on, Dr. R. There is a different. There is darker people from that region. They have black skin. They have black Puerto Ricans as well, and they have the Latino looking ones, more like Caucasian. So black people differentiate that in America. Yes, you do have some goofy ones that call everybody black, but that's different from like in real life is different than what you see on the internet. That's not the majority. Yes.
so let me,
Abidoms, can I respond?
Wait. What Dr. R, just give me a second here. Let's see. First, we're gonna have Mogadishu, Mizi go, and then Dr. R, you can go. Go ahead, Mogadishu.
Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam wa rahmatullah.
Yes, yes. All right. So look, I'm gonna break it to y'all very easily. If you look at both of these guys in New York City, if they don't open their mouth, they're Dominicans. Okay, they're not Black Americans in New York City. They look like Dominicans. Now, what does Dominicans phenotypically and Somalis have in common? They have admixture. Dominicans are mostly mixed race people, right? So the thing with these guys here, if you have to go back to the history of Somalia and that they embraced Islam. So with that embrace of Islam, there was trade. Whenever you have trade, you start to create a miscegenation zone. So there was trade. There was also mixing. Now, for me to call these guys Arab, based on their admixture would be like calling me a European based on my admixture. It just doesn't make any sense.
Right.
While they culturally share things with Arabs, if you look at their phenotype, you can tell, and if there's a Somali in the chat, they'll confirm this, that they will marry within their tribe, and therefore their phenotype stays kind of homogenous.
So,
you understand what I'm saying? There's not a lot of
do you like most West Africans would think that they are mixed with Arab, or do you think they are just a different race of African? You know,
so they're mixed, all right. And here's the thing. Their mix is not heavy. They have some Arab admixture. You can watch the videos of their DNA tests. But if you look what is across, I believe it's the Red Sea, whatever that body of water is, it's right across from Yemen, which is
the
right
Indian
under Saudi
Ocean.
Arabia. Yeah, the Indian Ocean.
Nagmizi, can I say something? You don't know shit about
Hold
my
on.
people, bro, man.
Hold
You
on.
say it's
Yo,
two
why
men.
don't you
No,
relax?
can I respond?
Dr. R,
Can I respond?
Dr. R,
I'm not
wait,
even finished.
Dr. R,
I'm not even finished.
You have your turn. Just
I'm not
wait.
even finished. But just listen. Just, unload the AK and just relax, okay? Put down the cat. So now look, they're right across from, Yemen and Saudi Arabia, right? There was trade with them. They accept and embrace Islam, so they do have Arab admixture, but they are not Arabs. And because they choose to marry within their tribe, there is not a lot of genetic diversity. So they're going to develop a certain phenotype, which is why you see a lot of Somalis with the stereotypical big head or the big forehead and very fine features. That's them. Black Americans have more genetic variety, so to speak. So we have a broader spectrum. So that's what it is. They are mixed race people. They are African, but they do have Arab admixture.
All right, thank you. All right, Dr. R, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to respond. Nagmizi, I don't know you as a Black American or someone of slave descent. You try to compare my people to those Dominican mutts, to my people. We've been around for thousands of years before the Arabs. And that guy that's wearing that red thing, I forgot what it's called. He doesn't even look like a Somali. He's Tanzanian. The guy with the cap, he's a typically ethnic Somali, the guy with the cap.
Wait. So, Dr. R, you're saying, but these guys, they claiming, they said they are Somalis. Are you saying they are not?
No, I'm talking about the guy with the red cap, with the red thing covered around him. He looks, he doesn't look, the guy with the cap on, he's an ethnic Somali. But anyway, I just want to respond to Nagmizi. Nagmizi, we've been around for thousands of years. We're ethnically, racially homogeneous people. And we never mixed with outsiders.
So you're telling me that there's no Arab admixture in Somalis?
Nope. But there's Arab tribes that have settled. Let me finish. The Arab tribes that have settled in Somalia, and they're a very, very tiny minority. Because there are books written that the Somalis didn't like interracial marriage between different groups. In Somalia, we've got the Bantus. We don't mix with them. In Somalia, we've got a small percentage of Arabs. We don't even intermix with them at all. With those people.
Have to go back.
That's why we've been around. That's why we have been around for thousands of years. And
let me get
back to you. In terms of identity. Can I get to identity? When they talk about black,
you like yapping, bro. You gotta put something and then let me respond to you, bro.
Go ahead, Dr. R.
He's ignoring what I said about the trade between Somalis and Arabs and that they embraced Islam. That is a fact. Okay, so whenever you embrace Islam and then you have trade routes between each other, who do you think they sold the Bantus to? So now you're going to have intermixing. So what I'm saying is that there is admixture.
So why can I get to you on the trade bit? Why do you keep bringing in Arabs? Were not the only people that we traded with. We traded with Indians. We traded with the Chinese.
So you know how this whole conversation could get stopped? All Afro-Damas has to do is YouTube Somali DNA results.
Hold on. Okay, hold on. Let me play it. It's right here. So, Dr. R, do you consider, as far as you know, is Somalians? Are you guys mixed, or it's just a straight African tribe that just happened to be light skinned?
Again, we are not mixed. We are a homogeneous ethnic group, an ancient homogeneous ethnic group.
Okay, let's hear
Somalis
this one.
identify. Let me get to identity. Somalis don't identify as black. Somalis in Africa, Somalis identify by their ethnicity.
Okay, okay. Let me play this. Give me a second.
Nah, this can't be it, bro. Hey guys, hello, and welcome back to the show. So for today's video, I'll be doing the ethnicity tag. I know I'm kind of late, but I thought I should do it because I also did a genetic test with 23andMe. This video is not sponsored, but I did do a genetics test just to like, I don't know, confirm to see if what my parents have told me is true about my ethnicity. So let's get straight into the ethnicity tag. The first question is, what's your ethnicity? And my ethnicity is Eritrean, or Eritreawi for those who don't know. It's a little country in East Africa. It makes up the top part of the Horn, and it has about, I think, 6 million people.
Wait, guys, this guy is not Somali.
This guy's an Eritrean. Habash.
Yeah. What's his name? Kezo. Kezo, what you sent me, this guy is not Somali.
At the end of the day, we all family.
So he's you know, I mean, I understand it's like the same region, but he's not Somali. So let's find a Somali. So okay, we have for Black righteous folks as well. Let's hear what she has to say, what she thinks.
I appreciate you having me on again. First of all, I don't understand why everybody thinks that it's okay to hijack our identity as Black Americans. You know, they have the Somalian people, they're Somalian Americans. It is not as difficult as people are making it. Just like Dr. R said, they're not Dominican, they're Somalian Americans. But when they come over here, they're confusing our identity because they are trying to figure out how they fit here in America, and they think that they can just go to our identity like it's no big thing. When they do that, they're erasing our history, they're erasing our identity, they're claiming something that does not belong to them. And even though most Africans think that we're bastards, like the Dr. R said on African Millennial the other day, why are y'all using our identity? You can't have two different identities. It's either one or the other. You have what you were born with. You can't just
but
America.
so I think you're conflating something completely different here.
No, I'm saying the Somalian people, the guys that you heard said they identify as being African American. Well, you don't share our experiences nor our bloodline. So how can you claim African American? You weren't
But
here in
madam,
America.
madam, who claims African? I've never in my life, in my 30
I'm not
years on this
talking about
planet.
you. Pause, clown. I'm talking about the Somalian people on the video. I'm not talking about you. Shut up.
It's Somali, not Somalian, madam.
Hold on. So for Black righteous folks, you're taking it to like a different topic. That's not what the topic is about.
I'm trying to say that we have our own identity. Why can't people respect that we have one? You are a Zambian and you're proud to be your ethnicity and your tribe. No one can come and tell you otherwise, right?
Right.
So why can people not respect the same thing when it comes to Black Americans? You can't just come and say, I'm just going to claim this because I'm here.
Well, okay.
Blame the government. Blame your stupid. Madam, can I say something? Let me respond. Blame your stupid government. Blame your stupid government. Blame your stupid government that puts us together.
Hold on, Dr.
Perhaps. I blame both. I blame the government and I blame the people that know better or should know better. That's who I blame, both.
All right. Thank you. Thanks. All right. So we have the DNA from the Somali girl here, Somali woman. Let's hear what she has to say.
Okay, my name is Asma. Yes. I started this YouTube channel. It's my first ever video. So let's get started. So I didn't want to start my YouTube journey, my YouTube channel with a boring video. So I did this ancestry DNA test. Actually, it's called My Heritage DNA. It's not, sorry, it's not sponsored at all. So I bought this with my own money. True. True fact, it was hard, but it was a discount, so I had to do it. It was a Black Friday thing, so I had to purchase the DNA kit. I always wanted to do these things. I've watched a lot of loads,
let me try to skip
loads
this.
of DNA test videos. So I'm Somali. I'm from East Africa. You know, repping Africa and all that. I'm from East Africa. I'm Somali. I'm from like the northern part of Somalia. It's also called Somaliland. I'm from Somaliland. Yes, both my parents are from Somaliland, and both my parents, my great parents, my great grandparents, everything of my family that I know is from like Somaliland.
So she's truly Somalian from her description. So let's let her tell us what she thinks.
I asked my parents, like, I'm doing this video, blah blah blah, like, where are you guys from? Do you guys have a juicy story that, like, which cities and stuff? And they're like, some of like from the town, some of like from Hargeisa, Amiga. You know when I say Miga, like it can't trace to anything else. If you talk about like tribalism and tribes and stuff, they say that, if you're example, and then you have some Middle Eastern lineage in you, heritage. And I was like, I don't have that in me. I'm fully Somali. I'm probably Somali, And then I started to watch like Somali do these kits, and then I saw these crazy DNA results, and I was like, okay, I need to do mine. I'm like literally so excited. I did this with my friend, and she didn't want video recordings throughout. I'm gonna do it with my computer. So if I'm looking that way, okay. I'm literally a history nerd. So is it 11%, 0.3% Somali. Only 8. The music. Only 8.3% Somali. Wait, 11%. Okay. I have North African in me. North African? What? Okay, it's so specific. Sierra Leone. I'm from Sierra Leone. What just happened?
All right. Okay, I get
She'll show the numbers in a second.
Huh? She what?
At 4 minutes and 49 seconds, she shows the numbers. The percentages.
Okay. So, okay.
What just happened? East. I'll take that. Originate from there because they say that Isa people, like the man is half. I can't even pronounce it. The weed is definitely that is definitely that I'm Asian. I know Middle East and like all that is Asian as well, but I'm Asian. East Asian, 1.4%. I'm Japanese and Korean. I'm weird, but it's so freaking weird. 1.4%. Where does that lineage come from? Is it my parents? It's definitely is my parents, but is it from my mother's side, my dad's side? I need to have some talks right now. Oh my days. And I'm Melanesian, 0.9%. Like the countries in Papua New Guinea, Indonesia, and those stuff, Solomon Islands and stuff. I literally read loads of things about indigenous people and, Papua New Guinea and those people and just the oceanic side of things and the Solomon Islands and the people and stuff. It's so weird because I've read about it the last 3 days and just of interest. So weird that I'm 0.9%. It's not much, but it's crazy. So basically what I'm trying to say is call me Malaysian, call me Asian, call me Nasian, call me all that thing. It's just, I need to have some talks with my parents about these things, and I'm gonna tell them about this crazy thing. But yes, that's my ancestry, that's my lineage.
All right. So Dr. R, do you do you think you guys have connection with, like she showed, saying her DNA shows that she has Asian in her, so confirming that she's mixed. Do you think she's accurate or they are wrong?
The results are not accurate.
You lose. You lost to a black American about your own people, dumbass. You're really just an English boy.
You're not letting me finish, you fucking charer. Let me finish.
I'm the captain now.
Well, was.
All right.
The majority of Somalis would have got a 99% result. I can say the same thing about different other ethnic groups that I've seen.
So you're saying zero mixture?
I said the results that I've seen, because there are some Somalis that've got Ethiopian DNA, Eritrean DNA, and some Nilotic DNA, but that's very, very minimal.
So what about the Somalis that consider themselves Arab, though? And they happen to look,
no Somalis call themselves Arabs. They are tiny. Again, you have to look at the minorities in Somalia. You've got the Bantus, then you have the Barwani, then you have the Arabs, who are a tiny minority. Then you got those ones. But Somalia is a homogeneous nation.
Huh. So, Nagmizi.
Yes. So what I said. Go on.
Okay. So Dr. R is saying that he doesn't believe they are mixed like that.
Well, look, I said it before we even played that, right? And I'm going off of their history of embracing Islam and their trade with people across the Indian Ocean, right? That's what I'm basing it on. Not really phenotype, because the phenotype comes from producing within their clans. But you can't find me one that says that they're 100%, Somali. They're all going to have admixture because they're obviously mixed race people. And this guy don't want to accept it.
You're so funny. You're stupid. Do you know what? My brother, do you know what homogeneous ethnic group is?
Stop acting like a
how long we've been around as a people? Do you know how long we've been around as a people?
Hold on, wait. Listen, just relax. So let's give them the benefit of the doubt. Do maybe two more, with people that are like of age, so we don't have to listen to like that. But I guarantee you that they will all be mixed. And if you do like a Nigerian one,
can I ask you a question, my brother? Why are you so obsessed in trying to link Somalis to being mixed? Like black Americans are bastards.
Because you are mixed.
Your people are diluted.
You're probably more mixed than me. You're more mixed than me.
It's not like you're describing it to be. It's not
your average
obsession.
Somali can trace back to his forefathers back 15 to 20 generations.
Yeah, and his name was Abdul from Saudi Arabia.
Again, you're wrong again. That's a myth. That's an absolute myth. That's a myth of the story. You do realize we've been around. I'm educating you on my history, dumbass.
Wait, when was Somalia?
All ethnic groups, you're not letting me finish. All Muslim groups have got that, how can I put it? All Muslim groups all claim that BS lineage, that we came from this and that. That's during the time of Islam. You've got tribes in Africa that claim, I'll give an example. You got the Hausas who claim they came from a man from Iraq, but that's a myth.
Yeah, but we're talking about DNA right now.
I'm talking about what you're saying is myth. I'm talking about Somalis have been around since ancient times.
Okay, that's why I went back.
You heard of the Macrobinians?
I went all the way back. So you don't want to listen because you're getting taught your own history by a black American. But now check this out.
You don't know I know my history. I don't need to hear it from a Chereb. Listen, I don't want to hear.
Wait.
A Chereb tried to teach me my history.
Somali man.
You're Daniel. You don't even know where your forefathers came from. You want to tell me about my history?
Look, Abid, raisin head Abid. You're a raisin head Abid according to Hadith. You're a raisin head Abid, which is a slave. Okay?
Raisin head Abid.
Yeah, you're a raisin head.
Islam came to Somalia through slavery, dumbass. You know about the Sahaba? Did you know Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, went to Abyssinia? You know the story of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, when he came to Abyssinia?
Wait, well, what is your indigenous religion if you're not an Arab?
I'm not an Arab. Who said I'm an Arab? I'm a proud Somali,
what is your
ethnic
indigenous
Somali.
religion if you have no Arab, nothing, no connection to Arabs? What is your indigenous religion?
You keep bringing Arabs. What's your fucking
No,
obsession
I
with
asked you a
Arabs? We
question,
Somalis don't give a
Racist.
fuck about
But
Arabs or about
What is
Africans.
your indigenous religion? Take the Arab out of it.
Hold on.
I told you
Okay,
before Islam, we believed in.
wait, Dr. R. Okay, so as you see, I played a video of some, Somali guys. There's plenty of videos about this where people ask this question, even Somalis themselves.
No,
So it is.
Afridamus, you know, I'm not going to have this conversation. You know what? Yeah, you know what, McNeasy, watch what's going to happen to you. Something's going to happen to you. You know what? I'm out, bro. Yeah, and fuck you fucking cheddar.
Ain't
You're
nothing
done.
gonna
Yeah,
happen to me.
go
I'll
fuck
smack the
yourself, you
shit out of
fucking
any
cheddar. You don't
goddamn
even know where you come
Somali.
from.
Y'all weigh about 80 pounds and you're soaking goddamn wet. Somalis are no threat. Remember Black Hawk Down? That's the only time y'all caught a
guys,
win. I will
unfortunately,
smack the cat out that dude's mouth.
all right. So this is why I gave the warning earlier to say, hey, these conversations, they get heated. See, all Dr. R had to do was challenge Nagmizi's points, but saying that people are obsessed, this is not an obsession. It's just a conversation that we're having. So people want to understand. So Nagmizi, do you think West Africans are wrong for not seeing Somalis as Black?
Not at all, because they're not. Somalis will tell you that they're not Black. They'll say, I'm Somali. If you just do a search, there's so many videos on Horners. Are we Black? Are we this? It's never even a question with Black Americans. It's never even a question with West Africans or Black Africans. These confused, mixed race, rejected, wannabe, low rate, second class Arabs want to be Black when it's convenient. When they live in New York City and want to claim, yeah, we're Black. No, get out of here. We don't look alike. We don't have the same culture, nothing. So they're not Black. They're mixed race. And they're just mad because the Arabs don't claim them. What they have is a Horner version of ID. What do they call identity crisis? Like the mulattoes have. They don't know what the hell they are. That's what they are. They're Arab mulattoes.
Yeah, the thing is, okay, people, for some reason, Dr. R got pretty triggered by, even the idea of being mixed. He doesn't even want to have the discussion.
And because he's still mad from the other night, and it's understandable. He always goes to the racial terms, but as a Black American, I've dealt with racism that doesn't mean anything to me. You call me a Jareer, you can call me that. But on the facts, the fact is that he got schooled by a Black American that doesn't even I actually, to keep it on it, I'm 1% Somali. And that shit came back on my thing, right?
So okay, I see. So this is a
I'm
cousin
1% Somali.
war. Uh-huh.
He might be my cousin. Who knows? But he doesn't even live there. He loves Somali so much, and he wants to threaten me with violence. And obviously, he'd have come on. I'm not even going to go there. But he just got triggered because he couldn't go point counterpoint with a Black American. Like, come on. In these YouTube streets, I'm literally undefeated in any sort of debate. No one can rock with me because I only speak from a point of knowledge. When I don't know, I don't speak.
Thank you, Nagmizi. We have Dr. K. So, Dr. K, you're from the Eastern Bloc. You've heard the conversation so far. So, over in Kenya, where you come from, do Somalis seen more like an offshoot of Arabs, or they are seen more as Black Africans?
Good question. So first I want to say those two guys before, one of them actually isn't Somali. The one on the left, he looks like he's from a tribe called Riaz Zamar. It's a mixed Bantu Arab Somali tribe. But anyways,
so he wait. So you're saying he's falsely claiming it?
No, he's mixed with Somali, but he's from an Arab Bantu Somali tribe, not an ethnic Somali like the guy on the right. So the guy on the right is a normal Somali. Guy on the left.
The one with the hat is the real Somali.
Right. The other guy, he looks like a Reza Zamar kind of guy. But anyways, in Kenya, Somalis are kind of called warrior. Warrior is a Somali word that means you, just like wewe in Swahili means you. So Somalis are actually called warrior. Warrior means like the Kenyans use to define it to mean basically Muslims, Arabs, Somalis, and anyone with that kind of culture. So it's not necessary. Even Swahili sometimes get called warrior. And Swahili is a mixed tribe. It's a mixed Bantu Arab tribe in Kenya. So Somalis look like Swahili people, to be honest, when you look at their phenotype.
Yeah, because like I said, me personally, beside just the language, I don't really, see them to be Arab.
No, they're not Arab.
But the question people always ask is, what are they mixed with?
Right. Okay. So ancient Kushites were actually the Nilotic people. So people like the Dinka tribe in Sudan. Then the Somalis and a lot of Eritreans and all these tribes, they mixed with those ancient Kushites.
But why is it that Dr. R doesn't want to be mixed with those people?
Oh, right. Because in Somalia, they're the greatest marketing people on the planet. They market themselves to be the most together, homogeneous tribe, both in principle and in race. So they can't accept any of these ideas that we're mixed, or, for example, there was civil war in the country existed because they couldn't even like different clans for some reasons. The small clans were being abused, but they're very good at marketing themselves. So they don't want to accept that they're mixed because it belittles the storyline, the narrative that they've given themselves. The reality is they do have some admixture, a little bit from Arabs at like 5-10%. They have some admixture from Nilots, and not much admixture from Bantus, because the ones who mixed with the Bantus, they were no longer seen as Somalis. For example, if you look in North Kenya, there's a tribe called Rendile. You can just type in a picture of a Rendile girl. This is a Somali tribe that mixed with the Nilotic people called the Turkanas. So so
would you consider Somalis to be black?
Sure. Most Somalis are dark skinned, actually.
Okay.
Same color as Nakmizi, actually. That's most Somali skin tone. The ones you see in the West tended to be from the 5 major clans. They tended to be a bit more light skinned. That's why you see them all over the place. But if you just type in Mogadishu on Google right now on YouTube, you'll see most Somalis don't look like the Somalis you know.
So most West Africans would be wrong for not considering them to be black, because like for me, for instance, as far as I've always known Somalia, I mean, I've just seen them as black, like black Africans, to be quite honest. But I've seen others also who visibly mix, but I never thought about it, what they could possibly be mixed with, but I see them as black, like
right.
African.
So I've actually put a video just of some random white guy who goes to Somalia. If you click on it, you'll see this is how now majority of Somalis look. And it's just the Western ones look a little bit different and a bit more confusing. But this is in Mogadishu. You'll see that most of them look, like I said, phenotypically, they look like the other Somali guy, but skin tone wise, they're mostly Nakmizi's skin tone.
Right. Okay.
So you can pass it somewhere.
I am the captain now.
Okay, so we're gonna bring Dr. R in again, but Nakmizi, do you promise to be nice?
Of course, you can call me all kinds of whatever you want. I'm the captain now, so you got to respect the captain.
Okay. Let's see here. Okay, where's Dr. R? Oh, there he is.
Just set up the debate and just mute whoever gets disrespectful.
Right.
That's it.
Right. So, Dr. R, you're back, and please, let's try to, debate cordially, because I understand, like, sometimes you get upset and other people get upset. We just want to know.
Apridamus, I'm not upset. I just don't like this idiot talking shit about my own people. They has no knowledge of, and I want to respond to Dr. K.
Okay. What part of Dr. K do you want to respond to?
Dr. K, you keep talking about, you always talk shit about the Somali people. You, who's a half-breed, you want to bring skin tone into and diasporas into this. First of all, why are you bringing skin tone into this? Because you do realize Somalia is in the equator and it's a hot country.
Okay, so are you coming for me because I'm mixed? Okay, I see. But don't worry, everyone is mixed. You're also mixed, Dr. R.
Nope.
Okay, so
the point I'm trying to make is, why did you bring skin tone into it? You do. I just told you. You do realize that you.
Let me answer your question. It's because when people look, try to find who's black or not, skin tone is part of the equation they use. It's easier for them to see a dark Somali as black than a very light-skinned Somali as black. That's why.
You know, like Dr. R, there is actual visible, skin tone difference. So that's what, like I said, West Africans go by. That's what they go by.
Afrikaners, no disrespect, but I do not care about West Africans, because in West Africa, you got light skin and dark skin people.
Right.
I'll give an example. I'll make an analogy. For example, I used to work in KFC, and I worked with Indian people who are from the tribe called the Tamils in India.
Oh, the darker skin Indians?
In India, there's an ethnic group called the Tamils in southern India. You got ones that are dark skin and light skin. You got some that look Caucasoid.
Dummy. The Tamils are from Sri Lanka.
Nope, they're from South India, you dumb idiot. They're both originally from South India. Listen, you idiot, I've studied the Tamils. They're from...
Dr. R, I get it. Fine. You might not... I get that you don't care about what West Africa think.
I'm talking about... I'm trying to get to the point. I'm trying to get to the phenotype. What is it?
I understand, like, you don't care about what West Africans think, you say, but the conversation, like when they say, some of them think Somalis are more, they think they're Arab, and they are not meaning it in a bad way. It's not like they have anything negative towards Somalis. A lot
of West Africans love to talk shit, for example, yeah. So why don't you say the same thing about Fulanis? Phenotypically, they look like us, but do they come from us?
No, Fulanis don't look like Somalis.
Are we the only people in Africa? Because you could go to a website called humanphenotype.com. Tunisia even check this out. If you look at, for example, the Sahelian part and the Horn of Africa, you've got people that look like us, but we look similar to one another. But let me get to the point of skin tone. What is the difference between a dark-skinned Somali and a light-skinned Somali who lives in the West? It's all got to do with climate. Because at the end of the day, the average Somali has got the same phenotype.
Dr. R, I understand people bring in the Fulanis. There's different kinds of Fulas, but the Fulas don't look like Somalis. I've grown up around Fulas, and Fulanis are not light skin like people trying to present it to be. In America, most Fulanis would not be considered light skin like that.
But the point the point I'm trying to tell you, since you are from that region, you've got those stupid, ignorant West Africans, the Christians, who keep thinking that
hold on, Dr. R. But can we not insult?
I'm telling you from my experience. What I'm saying. I'm telling you from my experience, Afridamas. I'm telling you from the tribes. They always mistake the Fulanis for Somalis, and then you have the West Africans who think that the Fulanis are Somalis. Then you think the Somalis come from the Arabs.
Dr. R, I get it. Can we just get the point across without insulting people?
No, but I'm sorry, Afridans, but this is the reality I've seen in my 15 years. And this is the truth coming out.
Okay, I get it, but let's just have the discussion, because you said you're not upset, but you're insulting West Africans. And I'm not saying it's everybody. Me, myself, like right here, I don't see Somalis as Arabs. I've made that clear, you see? So let's just get the point across, without insulting everybody. We have Baxin here and DMF. Baxin, go ahead, and then we'll have DMF.
Hi, hello. I've just came across your stream. Thank you for inviting me in. I'm a Somali.
Oh, thank you for calling in. Where you
It's just
calling
something.
from?
Sorry,
Where you calling
UK.
from?
I'm calling from London.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So what I find it so interesting is that why does it matter to you what I identify as? Why does it matter?
So, okay, if you look at it, for instance, white people have a marker on, what anybody looks like, their identity, how they see it, but nobody questions that. So West Africans and other Africans, they have their own questioning too, what they think. I'm just telling you what they think.
But why
Somalis
does it
are,
matter what I identify
because they're
or my
because
people
because
identify?
we're curious.
Why?
Naya Basan, waxaan kuu
It's
sheegaa
it's
Soomaalidu
human,
Hold on. Why?
ma'am, ma'am. It's human nature for
Okay,
humans
so
to
I'm going to
want
tell
to
you how I
know.
identify.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
Somali.
if you're asking, I'm just telling you what the consensus is. I'm not telling you I'm the one.
Consensus.
I'm just telling you the consensus. So people, explain to people what you identify as, whether you guys see yourself as Arab or not, and then just so I'm not trying to, it means absolutely not, So there are people that
Okay,
think you guys are Arabs.
okay, so
That's
will
what I'm
you
trying
feel
to
better
tell
if
you,
I said that I'm not an Arab?
ma'am. Again,
Okay,
just tell us.
right.
It's not about me.
Okay.
Remove me out of the equation. Just explain to people
Okay, all right. I will
who
tell
don't
you.
know.
I will tell you, and hopefully this question will end, and your guys, your search for the Somali identity will stop and cease. Okay, there are Somali Arabs. All right, these people are Somali by nationality. They have a passport. They have a citizenship in Somalia, but they're not ethnically Somali. So
They're
when you
Arabs,
say
right?
Somalis are Arabs, you're probably talking about them, and they are in social media and they have a huge voice. They are ethnically Arab. So they are from Yemen and Oman. Okay, so those are the Somali Arabs. They're not ethnic Somalis. So that's my explanation of
So you
why
think
Somalis
are they
are,
confusing?
some national Somalis say that they are Arabs. The ethnic Somalis are very proud to be African. We're very, very proud. And we also are proud to be Cushitic. We are from the Horn of Africa and we are so proud. Okay, and we carry that flag even to this day. Okay, we have a huge lineage that goes back all the way to Abraham. We
So
married
are you
into
guys
the,
are you guys mixed with any other outside African race like Arab or Asian?
okay, what period of time are you talking about?
No,
Because there are
I'm
so
just
many.
saying period, because there was a DNA that we showed, a Somali girl. I don't know if you've seen the video. Did you see it?
10% Arab DNA.
Well, that might be, she might be from, or her family had married into these Somali
No,
Arabs.
she said all her family members,
There are
up to her
also Somali
grandparents, were
Indians. There
Somali.
are people that are come from the subcontinent of Asia who actually live in Somalia, where
She
in the
said
olden
all her
days they used
family
to trade.
members
Hold
are
on.
Somali.
Okay,
Hold
you
on.
said there were what?
There are there are some ethnic Indians that live on the coast of Somalia,
Okay,
and
okay,
they will tell you that I'm a Somali Indian.
okay.
Okay, because you have to understand where Somalia is is located. We are literally the epicenter for the gateway to Africa, Europe,
Mhm.
and Asia. So there are so many different people that live there, but they're not the ethnic Somalis, and they will tell you that. So
Okay.
please, this obsession with
Well,
Somalis Arab,
ma'am, it's
Somalis
not.
black,
No,
stop.
I don't know where
ولا
this is
شرير
coming
ولا لا
from.
وشريرين ولا
So
لا
hold on.
Wait,
أنقنن عبسانين أنقنن ولا لا
Mummy, because my
Hey, dude, I
absent.
hold
think
on,
you cursing out
hold on,
black people so you can
hold
eat a
on.
dick up to your hiccup.
Hold
ولا
on,
لا
hold
ولا لا
on,
ولا لا دكن
hold on,
يدونين
You
Hold on.
goddamn.
hold on.
Hold on.
Doctor,
Okay, I'm
Doctor
just gonna
R,
say one more
Doctor
thing.
R,
Can I
Doctor R.
say one more
No,
thing?
wait a minute. Okay,
No, but I'm speaking
why?
to Africans. I'm trying to.
No, but Doctor R, this show right here, right? For instance, if you want to speak, in your language, I have nothing against that. But as long as it's off this show, because people, we really want to hear, you know, what is being said. Even though Baxin seems upset, I've actually learned something from what she's saying.
Because I'm not upset. I'm
because wait
curious.
a minute, because you're trying to say we're obsessed. This is the first topic here on Somalia. You know, believe it or not, you know, Somalia is not the only place that we talk about. This is the first topic.
We'll talk about
wait a minute.
Beja,
Okay,
and all those fantastic
ma'am,
tribes.
ma'am. This channel here, I've talked about, you know, other African countries. I've talked about Black Americans, you know. So it's not like, you know, we sit here every day talking about Somalia. This is the first topic on Somali people here, because the question is going around. Nobody's trying to pick on Somalis or on anything.
No,
you've said
you've find out who we are.
Yeah, and you've thrown, you know, a perspective here that many people are going to, you know, have learned from. You see how this
Well,
works?
I have a question for you.
She sounds sad. I'm crying.
Okay. I think, you know, because you need to ask a question to yourselves and to people on this panel. Instead of asking Somalis why we have certain, like who we are, or our features, or our light skin, you need to ask yourself, why are these important to you? Who made these distinctions important?
So
why do they matter to you?
But
what I
here's the
look like
thing.
and how I identify.
Ma'am, what you're doing is pretty much, okay, you're saying people, you know, simply people should not have a curiosity, you know, to try to know what is unknown to them.
No,
this is
that I'm an Arab, which I'm not.
This is what I'm saying. This is human nature. You know, like you're saying, you're telling us what your identity is. Obviously, if people are looking at you and mistaking, saying, okay, are these people Arabs? That's how they see it. It doesn't mean, you know, it doesn't mean you're an Arab. You can tell them that prior to you coming here. Like Mizi already said. He doesn't,
my brother, can I?
Okay, Dr. R, please, can you please respect the platform and allow the host to finish talking? You would have your turn. So people are interested in hearing this thing. Nobody's obsessed with Somalia. Believe you me. Not on this channel, certainly. If anything, do you know how many shows have been done here on Nigeria? Only Nigeria can be the place someone can slightly even accuse Black Americans to say they're the ones people are obsessed with on this channel, because most of the topics is about them. So it's not about Somalia. Somalia just happened to be in the radar here. So it's not a big deal. Let's have DMF speak. DMF, go ahead.
Yeah, hello there.
Hey, thank you for coming
You're right.
in.
Yeah, no doubt. I just wanted to say that Mr. R is right. Yeah. That the Tamils are from south of India, to be exact. It's called Tamil Nadu, right? Nux is very wrong, because the Tamils, a large percentage of them are actually from the south of India, and you know, this is something that, you know, I was listening to what obviously he's saying, and he's trying to dismiss the fact that people obviously look different. Somalians have a different look, just as Ghanaians have a different look, just as you being how do you call it? You've been from your country, Afrodemus, right? You have a different look. When you see a Nigerian person, you know a Nigerian person looks differently. So with all due respect to everyone on the panel, I wouldn't say no one is wrong. I would say that, you know, certain times you shouldn't talk about stuff that you don't know about, because it says like me, for example, if I hear something about Ghana, right, I get emotional, yeah, especially if I know that the person's not talking what they know about. So I'm gonna then call in and say something about it, right? But I've got a Somalian friend, and you know, everything that was said about Somalians is very incorrect. You see what I'm saying? Somalians are Africans.
Somalians.
So
Thank you.
So DMF, Nobody's saying Somalians are not Africans. Even like Mauritanians, right? People see them as Africans. But I'm speaking in terms of, like, even though they see them as Africans, but they associate them more with Arabs. So it's
no, they're
not
not
like
Arabs. They
that's
can't.
what,
They
okay.
can't.
Okay, so
They can't.
yeah,
They can't be Arabs.
I get what I'm
because
saying.
you have
DMF.
you have
Let me
darker skin people.
DMF. Hold on.
All right, go on.
Let me finish. There's darker skinned Arabs too. So most people, you know, that's what this shows are about. Because people actually think that, you know, they are Arab. It's not to try to, you know, say something about Somalia. This is not.
Okay,
it's not. Wait. It's not about saying, you know, I'm not sitting here saying Somalis are Arabs. Where
I'm not saying it's you.
Yeah, but the questions, you know, this show is about answering that question, to hear from Somalis themselves and some of the people that think Somalis are not black, or if they think they are not African.
Yeah, but
so
you know,
so just because what I'm saying, we cannot say okay, nobody has the right to think about that.
Yeah, we have a right to talk about.
No. Everyone has the right to think what they want to think, right? But you can't be talking about stuff that you don't know about.
So
because
what
that's
did
an
you?
insult to the
But
person.
what did you hear here that made you say that?
Right.
That somebody's saying, anybody's saying anything here they don't know about.
What have I said that's wrong?
Okay. Who's talking to me? I don't know who's talking to me.
I'm Dr. K. So what have I said, for example, that is even?
What have you said that's wrong?
Right.
I did not even recognize you, to be exact.
Right. Okay. So
you did not raise any form of attention to me in any way, shape, or form, because I wasn't even thinking of you or even hearing you talk.
So
your existence is not in any way, shape, or form warranted in any way in my life.
Who has said something here?
You know what I mean? So you're talking trash.
Oh, okay. So who
guys,
has said
guys, let's focus on the topic.
I just a minute ago.
So
I just a minute ago explained to you the reasons why I called.
So
the reason why I called, because obviously you told Mr. What's his name again? What's this gentleman's name again? Mr. Dr. R, right? Someone said, I don't know if it's Mizi. He said that basically Sri Lankans from Sri Lanka. No, Sri Lankans maybe.
Well, they are over there too. So, but you know, but what I'm saying,
this dude just came on here to cape for Asians because his wife is an Indian. That's why he came up here doing that.
Let's allow. Can I? Hold on, guys. Hold on.
I came on to speak for Asians. Yes, I did.
Okay.
I came on to do that. Yes.
Yeah, you came on here caping for Asians because your wife is Asian.
That's right. So I came in to do that. That's right.
Your wife did be a shower.
Or dry, I punch it. Your mom's a punchy, dry, a shower.
Yeah,
your wife did be your wife did be
your mother is a shower.
You did be trigger, boy. You did be trigger.
Guys, let's call it Mwalimu. Let's go ahead. Go ahead, Mwalimu.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to that woman who said that people are obsessed with talking about Somalis. I just wanted to say it's curiosity, obviously. How do you know, for example, how do you know a difference between a lion or a tiger? You know a tiger has stripes and it's orange, so she just has to use common sense. I don't know why people try to
yeah, this is it's not
like
nobody is obsessed with anything.
Things.
Yeah. So because for instance, I don't see anyone saying ever questioning. I mean, like I don't do whataboutism, but all these identities are given to people mainly by, you know, white people, right? But I don't see anyone saying, "Oh, how come you white people are obsessed calling us this group?" You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
It's only when we do it, then people are like, "Oh, are you obsessed?" Nobody's obsessed about anything. You know, this is how, you know, we're learning. And
But
that's
Abridamus, can I say about identity? Like the majority of Somalis around the world, this is in every country in the world, they identify as Somalis because Somali is an ethnic group. But in terms of identity, we don't identify as black because black is not our identity. But with black people in certain countries, they get upset with us for not identifying by this white man label. Because the majority of people in Africa, tribes, they go by their ethnicity.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we get that.
So what is my point? My question is, why do people get upset with Somalis that want to identify by their ethnicity, which is Somali? Because I identify by my ethnicity. Whenever I'm filling out an application form, it asks you, are you Black African, Caribbean? I put other. When it says specify, I put Somali because Somali is my ethnicity, my culture, my country.
Yeah, Dr. R, I have like it's not about whether people are upset. I haven't seen people being upset saying Somalis are not saying they are black. That's not what I'm saying. I see the opposite, as we see here on the show. You know, even if somebody raised the question, it becomes, it becomes tense. But we have only me, welcome to the show, and we have Kwesi also. Only me, go ahead. Only me, can you hear me? Okay, she's gone. Kwesi, welcome to the show.
Yeah. Shout out to everyone on the panel for me. Everyone's contributed well. But if I was to go by because I'm not a Somali in it, so I don't really know the in-depth of the culture, language, and ethnic groups there. So obviously I can't take on a Somali when it comes to, identity and stuff. But we have to go by science then. I think I would agree with Dr. K and Nakamizi on this in terms of the DNA results and DNA results proving admixture. And I think if you look at how Europeans categorize different racial groups, or scientists in Europe categorize different racial groups, they categorize people on the horn as Caucasian people, Afro-Asiatic people. They don't really classify them as Negroid. That would be a classification they give to the rest of the sub-Saharan region.
So wait,
when I speak to someone,
so Kwesi, was Africans generally correct or wrong for seeing Somalis as mixed, like they see them more as Arab than...
I don't think it's West Africans in general. Even Europeans will see Horners as different to the rest of those in sub-Saharan Africa.
Okay.
You follow me? Europeans are not blind. When they came to Africa, they knew the groups they were dealing with and whatnot. When you speak to Somalis on these panels and other panels, they say they are basically a Cushitic people, which means the Cushitic people are obviously not, like the rest of people in Sub-Sahara. They're obviously not Arabs. So they say Cushitic are their own like race in a way. That is what a lot of Somalis are basically trying to say. Cushitic is their own race or own category or own like a racial subgroup of the African. Yeah, that is the point I think a lot of Somalis are trying to make. They're their own group, something like that. That's how at least I see it.
Okay. Only me. Thank you for coming back again. Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm sorry. I could not come through before, so I'm sorry. So I had to jump off.
Where you calling from, only me?
Oh, I'm calling from Germany.
And
Hi.
are you Somali?
Yep, I am
All right.
Somali. I'm so surprised to find this channel today. It's just to pop up in my YouTube recommended to me. So hi.
Oh, okay. Hi.
How are you all guys? How are you guys?
We're doing well. Thank you for coming.
Yeah, I just entered the channel, so I was not on, so I don't know what the topic I'm guessing is Somalis black.
Yes, the question is so most West Africans see Somalis closest to being Arab. They think Somalis are mixed with Arab. They are more Arab than black. So that's
is that
what
true? You mean, right?
Huh? Yes.
Is that true? You mean, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you know.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
so you
Okay.
talk to the people that think that.
Mhm. Okay. Let's look at the genetic of the Somali people. The genetic of the Somali people is older than what is Arab. We don't have any Arabic DNA. It is much older than the Arab DNA. Um, Somalis are a bit different than the rest of the Africans. I mean, when I say this, I mean when we look at the genetic, Somalis genetic is the genetic what they came back. You call that back migration, right? So we are from the north of Africa. We some came from the Levant. However, the
Levant, which
genetic
is Lebanon, right?
no. Yeah.
Levant is
Israel,
ancient,
Israel.
is ancient,
Israel,
present day
Jordan, and so
Lebanon.
on. So there were people who migrated out of Africa, and they came back to Africa.
So
Okay,
okay, so
this
they are not. So they went out of Africa,
and then they came back
but they in that process they got mixed with
with the
different.
native who lived in that area. All right.
Okay.
Now, when we say mixed, I would say somebody whose mother is white and father is black, or at least a couple of generation, like back and forth. Yeah, that is a mixed person. Somali have admixture,
So
which is
no Arab, no Arab mixture.
no. Somali had admixture, which is 5 to 8,000 years, right? This is not a recent admixture, guys. So when you see 40% Eurasian, this is 5 to 8,000 years old. So this is nothing that is like 400 years ago. All right.
This was a
So
long time
this
ago.
was a long time ago. The Somali haplogroup that is E1B1B, which is also the subclade which is like M78, is born in Egypt, right? This haplogroup formed in
So
Egypt. So
okay, I get like okay the
I'm just going
DNA,
into the
yeah,
DNA, right?
DNA, but
Because when
I'm speaking of more in the surface, like what people see and
yeah, exactly.
classify
So what
people
people
as what they
what
see,
people see,
the
there's two
phenotype, hair, skin color,
exactly. So
that's it,
so
because nobody can see the internal DNA, but
exactly when
I'm
people
speaking
see.
of what we can see.
So there's two things people see first, okay? The phenotype of the Somalis, and then when they go research, they see then the genetic of Somalis, right?
Mhm.
When they see the genetic Somalis, they see 60% African, 40% Eurasian. They just conclude that is Arabic. This 40% is Arabic, and this is new. This is not new. This is old. This is from the Natufian era. This is old genetic, right? This is nothing that is from Arab. There were no Arab in back in the day. Somali don't have any Arabic genetic because Arabic have J haplogroup, which Somalis don't have. All right.
So you're saying no Arab
There
mixture?
is no Arab mixture. I'm talking about the majority of ethnic Somali people, right?
Okay.
So there is no J haplogroup in Somalia. There is, it's a minority, but the majority of Somalis, 80% carry E1B1B. So there is no we don't have any Arabic. So there goes the Arab out of the window, right? Um, so when we talk about the looks, let's say Africa have different looks, right? We have Khoisan who look Asiatic. They look like Thai with little bit kinky hair, right? We have
You're
the
talking about
Somali
the question
Khoisan,
over
exactly,
in South
in
Africa.
South Africa. So they look Asiatic. Just the hair texture is different.
I
Their
don't
eyes is
know.
slit.
I don't know
Their
if I
eyes is
would.
slit.
To me,
Yeah,
quite frankly, I don't think they look Asian to
they
me. To be
they
honest,
do though. They do. I can
Mm,
show you side by side photos from a
like
Mongolian to a
they have tiny eyes, and
yes, they have flat face.
there is I've seen South Africans who have tiny
Not South
eyes, but
Africans. No, I'm
they
not
don't
talking about
stop.
South Africans. South
No, I'm
Africans a
talking about,
mixture.
yeah, but
The
I'm
Khoisan, I
talking
mean the
about,
native.
yeah, I've seen them,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
they have,
yeah.
yeah, I wouldn't call them Asian, but okay.
Okay, but
But
anyway,
they do
that
like
is
that.
Huh?
That is how wait, can I finish? So
Yeah.
anyway, so Africa has different phenotypes.
Right.
All right. Africa doesn't have one phenotype. Our phenotype is genetic to our own. But if you say because you've been mixed for your mixture is 5,000, 6,000 years ago, because of that you look the way you do is not correct. Because African American have a recent admixture and still they look West African most of the time, right? They have a recent admixture with Europeans. Also, we have a Swahili coast that are mixed with Arabs. They don't look like Somali people. When you see an Arab, an African, I mean Bantu, an Arab mixture, they don't look Somali. They look like Swahili coast in Zanzibar, for instance, right? They don't look like us. So, so this look is something that African have been thinking that if we look like this, if you look like this,
Are you
that
seeing
means
this
that
on the
you're not
screen?
African. Yes, I'm seeing. If you see that woman and that girl, look at the girl's face. That girl looks Asian to me. The white, the
Guys,
light
what
girl and the old girl
guys,
and
what
the
do you
old
think?
lady.
These people, do they look Asian? I mean, to me, they don't. Maybe I need
They do look
glass.
Asian.
They do look Asian.
Not to me. What do
Yeah,
you guys
okay.
think?
Yes, they
Kwesi, do
do.
they look Asian?
Yeah.
They kind of look like it.
I'm curious as to whether the lady has a DNA test of her own and what the results were.
I don't have a DNA test. I've never made a DNA test, but my brother did have a DNA test. And the DNA test normally in Somalis, they come back 99% Somali to 100% Somali. I was just sharing video yesterday with African Millennia channel. I've shared a Somali DNA from 23andMe. So it was 100%. That guy got 100% Somali. But this is only 500 years back. So
But what
you
did your brother get?
but
Because you didn't
we know
mention that.
my brother got 98.5. However, listen,
98.5 of what?
Somali.
Somali. Okay.
Afrodamus, can you find any Somali test on here that hits
I
in?
can.
If
I
it hits
can.
on the 80s, I'll be quiet. I don't
Okay,
think that
okay.
any
I can
Somali
find
test
it
is
for
going to
you.
hit on the 80s.
I can find it
As long
for
as
you.
you can trace
Mackenzie,
back
let me
your
ask you a
lineage,
question.
it's
Did you
fine.
know our
I
DNA?
will
Can I
find it
respond?
for
Did
you.
you know? Did you know our DNA is all over?
Wala video shalan tusaya ukadi. I
No,
will
no, I'm
find it
explaining
for
to him
you. I have
about the
a
Somali
video.
DNA. You won't be on. You're going to find our DNA in Egypt. You're going to find it in Yemen. You're going
Somalians
to
can
find it
trace
in.
back their ancestors.
Did you
mean,
know?
Yeah,
Did you
but
know? A lot of
They are
people are not
what?
going to believe me. Did you know you're going to find Somali DNA in the Balkans? You're going to find Somali DNA in the Balkans.
So would that mean that Somalis are mixed?
No, we traveled around the world, you idiot. I've seen a
Okay,
DNA
so
test of a
when
Balkan
you traveled
person
around the
taking
world,
DNA.
did you have sex and
Speak on,
mix?
brother. Speak on.
listen, I'm
Do you know the
having a
history?
video here. Can you share the video,
Aren't you not
please?
listening? Do you know
Guys,
the
one at
history
a
of the
time.
maritime?
One at a time, please. One at
Can
a
you share
time.
the video, please? I have a video up, brother. Can you share this video, please?
You
okay.
want to
No, the
send
video.
it
No,
send it
there's
in
no
the
need.
private?
The video
Yeah,
I
yeah,
played
yeah.
was.
What is it?
The
What is
brother
it
said he
about?
will be quiet. It's this DNA test from a Somali guy on YouTube. He put his on 23andMe DNA. I'm
Yeah.
gonna put that. It's just a couple of seconds. It's not a lot. Just I
Okay.
want you to share this video.
I mean, I know we've played several DNA. I mean,
No, this one is interesting. This one is 100%. Just put it on, please. I
Aphrodemius,
can't
let's
see.
see the video, man.
on
I
the,
want to be
Aphrodemius, let's see
quiet.
the
He
video.
said
okay, send it in the private chat.
I'm sharing right now. If you can just one moment, please. There you go. Share. Here you go.
So do you guys believe in somebody being in the high 90s?
So what I wanted to say is, I'm sorry to interrupt. What I want to say is, this past 500 years, we are for sure not mixed, because YouTube, you can go on Google, you Somali, 500 years, they get 100, 99, 98% Somali. So the past 500 years, there was no Arab. How our Habla group, there's no Arab. I'm sorry, but this is like something that African people like to really, really be stick to it, because we have different phenotype that we must be mixed. But this, if you call it mixed 5,000 years ago, then yes. 5,000
Yeah.
years ago, if you call it mixing,
Yeah.
yes.
So I think
5
what
to
you're doing is
6,000 years ago.
So you're
Yeah.
saying like generationally,
Sorry?
Yeah.
like generational mixture.
we mixed with Nilotic people, Nilotic, proto-Nilotic people, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they're the African. We have 60% of our DNA from them, right? But this
Okay.
was
Mhm.
this was like 6,000 years ago. So if you call 6,000 years ago a mixture, all right, then I am mixed. But if
Okay,
you
thank you.
if you
You pushed the
one moment,
goalpost. The thing is,
one
are
moment,
Somalis mixed?
one
And
moment.
you
But if
just
you say
confirmed that you guys are mixed.
one moment, but then you have to say African Americans are very mixed. They're more
No,
mixed
yeah,
than we
and
are.
ask me.
African
I put my
Americans
name
are
as
No,
Mixed
like
are
Illegal.
no,
mongrels.
And we
there's
don't
no
look the
guys.
same. We
African
don't look
Wait,
the
Americans are
same.
mongrels.
guys, that's not the topic, and
Yeah,
nobody's
they are
confused.
mongrels.
Your
Nobody's
kid
African
is a mongrel.
Americans are
nobody's
That damn
mongrels.
curry,
confused,
that curry eating
guys.
half Indian, half God, half breed.
African Americans are
Guys,
mongrels. Yeah,
Your kid
Yeah,
eats
guys,
kenke and curry.
you know
half-breed.
you
Your
got
kid eats
European DNA
kenke and
because we're
curry.
white.
Devils. That's who you are. You're all devils.
hold on. Let
Wait,
me put you
Kenke and
guys on.
curry. Kenke and curry. Your wife, there be a shower.
interesting.
Okay,
Yeah,
let's
so what do
see.
you mean? It seems like
Okay. There's Josie Go. Okay. Let's welcome Josie Go into this panel. Josie Go, welcome.
Yeah, greetings,
Oh
for
yeah.
Damas and everyone else. How are you?
Thank you for showing up. Thank you. Thank you. You know, Josie Go, you're
Yeah,
from South Africa,
okay,
right?
look, yeah,
Yeah. Okay. Thanks for
yes, I'm
calling.
South African. I'm in
And
Johannesburg, yes.
and while you're talking about it, um, I mean, there was confusion that the Khoisan look Asian. I mean, they don't look Asian to me. I mean, you're in South Africa. You're from there. You guys, you have Asian there, and you know about Khoisan. Can you talk on that as well?
Khoisan are not Asian. Like,
Okay.
they have lighter skin, sure, and they have little eyes. I also have that in my DNA. So personally, I don't see that an Asian. Even the hair texture is probably the roughest African hair texture on the continent for me. Yeah, okay. Now the whole Somalis, are they Africans or not, or black,
No,
whatever
black,
way you
not
want to put it. And for me, okay, let me put it in this way. Like, when I look at you, Afrodamus, even though you're West African, I see a black person. Your hair texture, skin tone, whatever. There'll be differences between me and you and Kaizo, who's from East Africa. I can tell that he's from East Africa. And I'm sure both of you, if you were to see me, would be able to tell that I'm South African, but
right.
African or black. But when I look at like Somalis, Ethiopians, and Eritreans, I personally don't see that. They do look very different. They don't look like the Africans that I described. So I personally don't see them as black. And where I come from over here in Johannesburg, people confuse them with Pakistanis and Indians. So some people use the word interchangeably, Somali and Pakistani. They can't tell the difference. So they look to
Oh, okay,
Josie Go,
okay.
most
no
people, they
disrespect,
look
yeah.
Asian.
Can I respond? Can I
Guys,
quickly
hold on.
respond?
Let him finish. Let him finish.
Okay, I did not know
Josie,
black
are you
was
done?
black.
Yeah, I'm done.
Yeah,
Okay.
I
Go
didn't
ahead.
know. I didn't know the topic was black. I thought the topic was mixed. Is it black? Are you guys talking about if Somalis are black? Okay, if that is the case, what is black? If you say black is having kinky hair, brown nose, and stuff like that, then no, I don't have any of this phenotype. So then I don't fit into this black category, right? So then I'm not black. But my skin is dark. Yes, my skin is dark. But then there's many people, nations that are skin dark and they're not black, like the Bangladeshis and the Indians. They have dark skin and they're not black.
Black, right?
So yeah,
I've
they're
seen that.
not. So they're
Mhm.
not black. So I would give my the Cushitic people their own. Really, if it would be up to me, I would give the Cushitic people their own separate race, to be honest, because when we talk about race, it's the people, like they look the same, they have the same culture, they have the same language family. Yes, I would definitely give the Cushitic people different. definitely, because we do not look like. I don't have a broad nose. I don't have a kinky hair. I'm not super duper dark, so I don't fit into this black category. You know.
All right.
Can I respond to Josie Gold? Josie Gold, no disrespect, but are South Africans really that stupid? Like a Somali and a Pakistani and an Indian, like we don't even look alike in terms of Indians have got really South Indians have got really dark brownish skin tone that you'll only find in India.
Well, do you know the Somali corner, the brother from Somali corner, Khalid? He looks
Yeah,
like
I know
an
him.
Indian guy. He looked like a South Indian guy when you look at him. There are Somali who definitely look like
There are
South
some
Indian.
Indians that
The
look
sister
Somali,
from
but
yesterday, she said she looks like an Indian. So yeah, there are Somalis who have very soft hair, bit darker, but they do look like Indian. I mean, but I'm not saying. I mean, I don't look like Nigerian or Gambian or Ghanaian. I don't. So. What is black? If that is black, then I'm not. So simple as that. Walala. What are we fighting? What
Okay,
are we
so
talking
all
about?
right, so only me. I'm glad you said that because see, I'm speaking about people from that region of Africa. You know, can you see why they will not see Somali as being black? Because there's obvious difference in looks. That's what the conversation is about.
But it's
Definitely,
different looks everywhere, though, Afrodemus.
definitely. No, but
Yeah,
definitely.
really,
I
DMF,
mean,
DMF,
Yeah,
there is,
yeah.
there's difference, but even the Somali person is telling you, yes, she even sees that difference. Like somebody, like I'm from Gambia, but people can, it will make sense for somebody to confuse me as a Nigerian. It's not too far fetched, or confuse me
Of
as a
course.
Ghanaian. But if
Yeah,
somebody confuses me as a Somali,
yeah.
that person, their eyes, people would question, their eyes. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, it's just that obviously no, I wouldn't say that all Somalians have like this look where you know what I mean, it's like they're so far away from what black is supposed to look like.
No, but that's
Obviously
not
Somalians
that's
have a
not what it's
distinctive
about.
look. You see where I'm
Yeah.
coming from? They've got
But
they've got
our
a very distinctive look, but at the same time, they are black. Just like black has got different shades. You know where I'm coming from? They still are black people. They're in Africa. You know, it's like a
yeah,
white person calling themselves, you know what I mean, like, you know what I mean, African. They live in Africa. You see where I'm
Right.
coming from? So it is what it is. They are black. Whether whoever agrees, and people that have identity crisis, they always want to try and question others for what they are. If you're content with yourself, you're not going to be concerned about what other people are doing or how they look or this and that. You just get on
Yeah,
what you're
but
doing.
but
If
but
you're mixed, you're mixed.
DMF,
That's your problem.
DMF, that's a whole different topic though. The fact that people really, because that's why we have the shows, because it's not about whether people like is secure or not secure. That's not what it's about. These are things that people, just like we have in the conversation. Somebody's echoing. Okay, so we look at, for instance, I don't hear people say, "Oh, white people come in all shades," or this and that. I don't hear stuff like that. So generally, I'm just, like people, what they are looking at, the conversation we have, even what's her name, only me, you know, um, is able to see it from the West Africans, point of view. But hold on,
absolutely.
who here didn't speak? Hold on.
Ab-
Hold on one sec.
absolutely.
Can I
Oh, go
again?
ahead. Go ahead. Where's Quasi? Okay, go
Um,
ahead. Go ahead.
Thanks for having me back. I don't know why I was kicked off. I noticed that there was a lot of respect given to many other people on the panel,
I thought
and
you were here the whole time.
no, I was kicked off.
No,
And
I didn't kick you off. Maybe you dropped off, but go
I'm
ahead.
no, I did not. But I'm just trying to let it be known that we as Black Americans have our own identity, and we should have our own voice. The Somalian woman that just spoke tried to classify and tell Black Americans, "Oh, we're admixture with white," and she don't know who my family is. But I'm supposed to respect and listen to them as far as what their admixtures are, which I do because I don't care because I'm not them. And I expect them to tell me who they are, as I expect you to tell me who you are, Aphrodite, because I'm not from the Gambia. How would I know any history regarding that? I'm not from there. So I give the same respect, but I feel as if Black Americans are not given the same respect. We're just told to sit in the corner and shut up and listen as to Africans supposedly tell us what our identity is. And that is the issue that I'm finding. It's like, no, I have a right to identify myself according to my history, according to America's history.
But what
and my family's telling me of my history.
Okay,
Who has the authority to tell me who I am?
Well, tell your brother, McNeesy, that he shouldn't be talking
No.
about.
Just keep on me, because McNeesy is his own situation.
Okay, guys,
Everything.
wait, guys, please let's stick with the topic.
Yeah, don't put me.
Let's hold on. Let's stick with the topic. You know, when you get a chance to speak, please, because the conversation is about.
Because I wasn't done.
You'll get a chance. I was about to ask you a question.
Okay.
Okay. So far from what you've heard, because the question is, because West Africans see Somalis. I mean, not all, but they generally would see them as closest to Arab, being Arab. So now that's why Dr. R and only me and the other Somalis that call in, they are explaining that, okay, fine, we might look like that, but we are not really Arabs. So from what you've heard, you know, because I know you want to talk about, you know, Black identity
I want to talk
in
about
America,
people
but
always telling me who I am. But no, I'll tell you
well,
this.
we'll do that. We'll do that. We'll do that. We'll do that another time.
Okay, please. But I have a banker that's Somalian. She told me she's mixed with Arabic.
She told you that?
She told me that.
Okay.
A banker told me that because I asked her, I said, "Are you Somalian?" Because she's really attractive, but I said, "Are you mixed with Arabic?" And she said, "Oh, how'd you guess?" She said, "Oh yeah, no."
Somali were mixed with Arab. I mean, I
Hold
never
on,
said
can I
no
finish? Can I
Somali.
finish what I'm saying? Nobody interrupted you. Stop it. That's what she told me. I don't have a reason to lie. I don't care about what you're mixed with, but that's what she told me. So in my opinion, there's some that's mixed and there's some that's not. It's as simple as that. It's not that hard to like conceive the idea that some got mixed and some are not.
Okay.
It is not that hard.
All right. So Kwesi, what do you think? Is Kwesi there? Okay. Kwesi. Yeah, go for it.
I was trying to unmute my mic. Yeah, I think again, I think we should have let Dr. Kaiser speak a bit longer because I think he was onto something. I think
Dr. Kaiser?
Dr. Kaiser only me. Dr. K.
Okay.
Yeah, and Dr. K and only me were the ones I was beginning to agree with. I think only me is basically trying to say in the last 500 years, they are not mixed. But if you go further back, like, I don't know, a couple thousand years or millenniums, then they are mixed with, you know, I don't know, other race or other ethnic groups or whatnot. So if they are mixed with other ethnic group, other race, that would still make them a mixed race people, or that would still make them a sort of mixed race people. But
thank you, Quincy.
So Dr. R is saying,
not mixed
yeah,
race,
Dr. R is
mixed.
saying, yeah, let me finish. Dr. R was saying they are not mixed, but only me is saying they are mixed. So it's like who's right and who's wrong, because they're both Somali. One says they're not mixed, the other says if you go further back they are mixed. So I wanted them to set.
Can I explain why we are not agreeing? I can explain why we are not agreeing.
I wanted Dr. R and only me to talk. Why is only me saying some millennia ago, millennium meaning thousands of years ago, they are mixed? Dr. R saying they're not mixed. I want them to talk and, you know, see who's right and who's wrong, isn't it?
Yeah, Dr. R did say you guys weren't mixed.
Can I explain why I think he said that? Look, when we hear mix, we are thinking my father, my grandfather, or my great grandfather was an Arab. That's what comes to my mind when I hear mix. And probably my brother is saying no, because it's somebody's mic. So my brother is probably saying no, because we can count our fathers 20 generation back, 20 fathers. We can go back, normal Somalis. So so there is no Arab in that lineage. You understand? And most Somalis get surprised when they hear you're mixed, right? But when I'm saying mixture, this is not a mixed race. And by the way, this is admix. This is an ancient admix. So what I'm talking about is genetic, right? Genetic and ancient genetic, not in recent genetic. Ancient genetic, yes, 5,000 years ago. But most Somalis, they get shocked when you say you mixed. When I can count my father 20 father back, and you say I'm mixed,
but
I
you
get
do realize
surprised.
you do
Understand?
realize there are some Somalis who do say that
Say what?
they are mixed with Arab.
Yeah, but
Well,
surely
they
there
are
are
not
some
ethnic
Somalis who are
Somalis.
mixed. Look, we have a
Afrodamus, they are not
Banadiri.
ethnic Somalis. And that banker that she met was probably not an ethnic Somali.
Yeah, Banadiri. We have Banadiri, Rar Hamar. Okay, these are Somal Arabs who migrate to Somali like early maybe 1500, and they are mixed with Somali. They group to their own tribe, right? They are
I
their own
believe was
tribe.
it like Missy that said
They
something
called
about the Arabs
Yeah, they
being
called
there?
Rar Hamar. They called Rar Hamar and Banadiri. Okay, they are mixed with Arab, and they are on their own tribe. They create their own tribe. Yes. So when they come to the European or to America, whatever, and you see that person, of course he's gonna say, "I'm Somali." Nationality, he's a Somali. But ethnically, he's mixed with an Arab, or he's an Arab. I don't know. We have some Indian living there. But when we're talking about Somali, I'm talking about 80-90% of ethnic Somalis, right? That's
I
what we
wanted
are
to
talking about.
Well, hold on. I want to ask you a question because I've been quiet for a while.
Yeah, let me
If
say
I may.
something. Yeah, okay, go on.
All right, thanks, Kwesi, and thank you, Aphrodamus. This is to the Somali one who was just speaking. When you said those tribes, could you repeat those tribes that you were saying? Baraba, whatever. What was it?
There is Rar Hamar
Uh-huh.
and Banadiri.
Okay.
These, and we
Al-Hamar
have also
and
Rar
Banadri.
Hamar. Yeah, Rar
Okay.
Hamar, Rar Hamar.
Okay.
Okay, and
Good.
then
Yeah, I
Banadiri.
can't say it that well, but what language is that you were speaking?
I can write it down for you. This is
No,
Somali
it's
name.
I'm getting to a point. What language was that you were just speaking?
Rar Hamar. This is Somali language.
It's
What I'm
Somali.
speaking.
Is
Yeah.
Somali language heavily influenced by Arabic?
No, it's a Cushitic
So
language.
Somali is a
And
Cushitic
Cushitic language is
Can I
I'm
respond to
Cushitic
asking.
language. So Cushitic language is Afro-Asiatic language. Afro-Asiatic
Mhm.
language, Arabic is Afro-Asiatic language. You understand?
Okay,
So
so from
it's a
the
class.
language
It's a
standpoint,
class of it.
We
hold on.
might
From a
have,
language standpoint, you're speaking Somali when you say those tribes.
which is
Understood.
Cushitic, which is Cushitic.
Okay.
Somali is a
And which is
Cushitic language.
not
Arabic
Afro-Asiatic.
is a
Cushitic,
Semitic language
not
that's under
Arab. I got you.
Afro-Asiatic family
So I have
tree.
a question. I have another
Yes.
question, sir.
Yes.
As far as Islam, when did Islam come into Somalia, and did you guys embrace Islam?
Very early. We have Islam very early, like I think by the time of the Prophet, because we have a masjid in a
Mm-hmm.
city called Zayla that has two qibla, that has two way that face. One faces Mecca and one faces in Jerusalem. So by the
Okay.
time of the Prophet, this first masjid was facing Jerusalem, and then they changed it to Mecca. So we have this qiblatain, you call this masjid. So this masjid is at the time of the Prophet. So very early on, when there was a companion of the Prophet was migrated to Abyssinia, and there
Mm-hmm.
were some that came down to, or they migrated, also stayed in Somalia also because it's not far away. So
So
that
from the
time
time of
we
the
got
Prophet in thousands of
time of the
years,
Prophet
give
very
me
early,
a ballpark figure. How many thousands of years is that?
1,400 years.
1,400. That's when you guys embraced Islam.
Yes.
In
Oh
that
yeah.
embracing of Islam, was there also trade that was happening between Somalis and Arabs?
Even before, yes. Even
Even
before
before.
Islam.
So you were trade partners with Somalis. So there was some sort of relationship. In that
Yeah.
relationship, could it be possible that
Yes.
there was intermixing of pure Somali and Arabs?
It could have been, but I have to say, but the genetics that we are seeing on Somali now, there is no Arab. This genetic
Okay.
is older than Arab. So look, we
Wait,
believe what we
hold
see
on.
in
Don't
our
try to
own
talk
eye.
over my point,
So
sis. Don't try to
no.
talk over my
So
point. I'm
no.
getting somewhere.
So I'm gonna
Because
say
wait,
no.
hold on. You were doing well.
I'm gonna
You
go
were
for
doing
no.
well. When it
All
starts
right.
getting hot, then you want to start talking. Just listen to
No,
me.
I'm just
I'll be
explaining to
quiet
you
and then I'll
something.
give it back to you. I'll be
All
quiet and I'll
right.
give it back to you.
So my answer is no.
When you establish that you guys had relationships with the Arabs, which are right across the Indian Ocean from you, right? So there's a trade route there. With that, with trade routes, there's always going to be an intermixing of people. It then
Not
becomes a
necessarily.
miscegenation zone. So
Not
if you
necessarily.
say, and if Afrodamus could do me a huge favor and just pull up any random Somali DNA test, you already are saying that you were there. So if it's a highly likely that you guys mixed, and if you're saying your admixture comes from 5,000 years ago, then you guys are admixed people. Period.
It's not Arabian though. It's not Arabian. The guy is talking to me. Can you please wait? He's asking me the question. Let me answer the guy. So this is admix. This is not an Arabian admix. First of all, okay, this admix is older than the Arabian. This is from the Levantine. Okay, the Natufian. You understand? You can go back and read about the Natufian. This is 12,000 years
Where
ago.
did they come from? The Natufians?
The Natufian were people who migrated from Africa. The first people who settled and farmed. This is the first people who cultivated and farming. However, these people were in Levantine. All right, this is not
In the
Arabian.
Levant, is that by Syria?
Exactly.
Yeah,
Syria and
Lebanon.
Israel.
Okay, so now let me ask you a question.
So now they're not Arabs. Okay, this is not an
Phenotypically,
Arabic
so then what
genetic.
would you classify those people, because they're not black Africans?
Listen, these men who they found that they called Natufian, they had 96% of the DNA haplogroup was E1B1B. All right, these were men who went away from Africa, migrated from Africa, and stayed there. So apparently they had the native who lived in that area. They mixed, and then they came back. Some came back. Some went to Europe, which is now you have the Balkans who have this E1B1B. Yes. So some went to the European and some stayed in Middle East. So those
Okay,
who
so now
came back,
hold on right
listen
there.
though, let me
What
finish.
you did is you
Those
just
who came back,
confirmed.
can you wait?
Wait, I see what you're doing, because you're trying to push the goalpost. Okay, if you're going to admit that your people mixed with 11 and other Europeans, then you have to say that you are a mixed people. That's why you
Listen,
don't.
No, they're not
I
mixed. No, they're not mixed.
listen.
Okay.
No, they're not mixed.
Could I
They're not mixed.
ask
No,
this
they're
brother,
not.
please? Let me
No,
They're
ask
not
the
mixed.
brother.
okay,
He's
okay.
asking me the
She can
question.
speak intelligently.
Let him.
Let her speak.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can talk for
Let
myself.
her
Right?
talk.
Please
Let her
relax,
talk.
guys. So you have to listen and understand. Okay. In the beginning, when I came in, I said we have 4,000 to 6,000 years. I said 5,000 to 8,000 years admixture. I never said anything else. If you call that, brother, wait. I see you. Wait. If you call that mixing, it's up to you. That's up to you. I don't care. You understand? But what
No, wait, not what I call it, but
wait,
did they
can you
mix?
wait? Can you wait? Let me finish. Let me finish.
Go on.
When you say you, because you live in by Arabs, it's Arabic and genetic. I'm telling you, it's false. It's not Arabic genetic. We don't have Arabic. Somali has 3% Arabic genetic and 3% Bantu genetic. Can you understand? You can go and read for yourself.
So wait, okay.
Somalis
So
have
Somali has
3%
3%. So that's
Arabic and
6%
3%.
admixture, which means you are admixed.
Oh my God! I just told you.
That you're
Yes.
admixed, right?
Admixed with what? 3% of Arabic.
But
You
are
call
you
that
admixed?
admixed?
Yes or no? Are you admixed?
Do you call 3% with Arabic is admixed?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay,
Oh, no.
hold on, guys.
Linguist, your
Hold
people are
on.
mixed.
Hold
Linguist,
on,
your
guys.
people are mixed with Europeans and different Africans. You're
Wasting your
basically a
time,
mutt.
sister. You're wasting your time.
Wait. Hold on, guys. We'll come back to you guys. We have two Niger in the house, and we have Dr. K. He was quiet for a while. Dr. K, we'll let you say something, respond real quick, and we'll allow the new panelist to Niger to speak as well. Go ahead, Dr. K.
Oh yeah. So okay. I think here the question. So I put a picture of what she mentioned is a Natufian person. So that will, if you want to share it.
Oh, the one you just sent me.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
an apparently Natufian ancient.
Ancient Natufian. Okay.
Right.
I'm gonna show the Natufian.
So okay, so interesting thing here is Somalis are obviously mixed. Every human population is mixed with something else. That's just a fact. There's nothing that anyone can disagree with that. And The issue here is, are they looking the way they look because they're admixed with Arabs? I will say that no. I will say Somalis look the way they look because they're mixed with some ancient Nalosh Cushitic tribes, and that's just how they looked. And because they keep practicing this whole tribal hegemony thing where they keep marrying the same tribe, that's why they have the the unique features. So the point here is, are they mixed with Arabs in any significant way? No. Arabs have a J or K haplogroup, so some of them have R1 B haplogroup, which is more in Europeans as well. Somalis typically don't have that. Most of Somali men have E1B1B, which means it's an African haplogroup. Meaning, if you trace back all their fathers up to forever, they're African. So their origin is African, and the admixture is majority African. So the logic here is Somalis are mixed with other people like everyone else, but their unique, look is not because of Arabs. They don't even look like Arabs. I don't know what anyone has seen an Arab before, but
Dr.
Arabs have
Kaiser.
big noses.
Dr. Kaiser.
Right.
We don't look like Arab. You're right. For real, we don't look like Arab. Are shorter. They have bigger
Dr.
noses.
Kaiser.
They are compact. We don't look like. We are taller, slimmer, darker. We don't. Our noses doesn't
Dr.
have an
Kaiser.
Arabic nose. Just saying.
Y'all went from 100% Somali to mixed real quick.
Yeah.
No, but Nakmizi, come on, no one can be 100%.
Dr. Kaiser, so you're telling me, Dr. Kaiser, you're saying that Somalis are mixed like everyone else, but I disagree with that because Ghanaians, we ain't mixed with other ethnic or other races. We ain't.
Are you sure about that? Are you sure about it? You say
Yes, we
Kwesi,
are
you're saying that
mixed.
West Africans are not mixed? Kwesi, you're stupid, man.
No,
Yes,
we're
we are
not.
mixed.
Yes,
Yes, we are mixed. Yes, we are. When you get Neanderthals on here, they start talking rubbish. Yes, we are. Everyone's mixed. Everyone. There is not one single human being on this earth that's not mixed. Everyone's
Brother,
mixed.
can you
Hi,
share
can
the
I say
video
something,
for me,
please?
Okay, here, hold on, guys, hold on. We'll get back to you guys there for a sec. Hold on, just a minute. I'll let you speak in a sec, but let's allow Two Niger to give his 2 cents. Two Niger, thank you for calling in, and the topic is West Africans. Most West Africans, fact or fiction, they see Somalis more like an Arab than black. Why do you think that is? And go. Are you there too, Niger?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yeah, sorry about that. I think this topic from the first time I heard about it was regarding how they feel that Somalis, that's when they encounter them anyway, the old school Somalis, they often said that they were not African, so they were not black or something like that. And some East Africans used to do that before. And even there's a debate online here on the internet that shows an Ethiopian claiming that they were not African. Not to mention.
From you know what, you're right. Yeah, from it's like 1950s.
Yeah,
but he was right.
Okay. Yes, you're right, Tunaja. You're right about that. Go ahead, Tunaja.
So there are groups that used to say that. So and then the Africans from there, that's the other Africans, especially West Africans, felt like, okay, if they are saying that, then maybe they are not Africans, stuff like that. But from the records, it is shown that, and that's something we shouldn't forget, that Africa is so diverse and has so many different groups that they are from description that we don't even need any other group to form any other group in the world.
Right.
And so we have the tallest, we have the longest nose, we have the shortest nose. All of them are present on that continent. So it's very tricky to just say, oh, just because this person looks a little bit not stereotypical of the, like the majority of Africans, they are not. Maybe because they have straight hair, they are not African. They evolved there. Some of them actually evolved there, and they go way
in
back.
Africa.
Yes,
Okay.
They go way back, and so she said some of them went out and came back. The question is, when they came back, did they marry into the African natives, and for how many generations? If they've been doing that for like 20, 30 generations, then you cannot say those people are from outside anymore, because even if they have maybe 10% admixture, they are still basically African, especially when they left Africa, went out and came back. So I don't understand why people say that. And in the end, most of all this is basically politics. When people live in bordering regions, you have to admit that they have to straddle both lines. If the other side is favoring the outside African groups, like the way it favors the outside African groups, now you find that
So
groups will
tonight,
embrace.
my question to you is, West Africans are wrong in thinking that Somalians majority are not black. That's your stance, right?
Black is yes, they are wrong. They are
Okay.
wrong, because I
Okay.
think
That's
the
that's
theory,
what
the
yeah.
data indicates that they are black. But even if many of them don't want to let's not forget that they too don't want to admit that sometimes. It's not just because only me is saying it today doesn't mean Somalis themselves are not trying to separate themselves from Africa. They themselves try to do that themselves.
Okay. And we have Baxin back. Baxin, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Just wanted to clarify, because you guys use the word black and Africa interchangeably.
Yeah.
African is who we are, and we're very proud of being African. But then you guys use black as African, so it's kind of confusing. You have to tell us which one are you saying, because they have two different meanings.
It's black.
Black is black
So black is a concept made by the white man. So I'm sorry, but my ancestors didn't die for being black. They died for being Muslim, for being Somali, and for being Cushitic. So that's what I identify as.
But you do know, like
Black is not something that was made up by the white man.
For example, then okay, so do you think then, like what you're saying, should like a Somali, right, be able to represent a group that identifies as black? Not any of this that you're saying. Should a Somali, like let's say in America,
Somalis represent Africans.
No, let me give you an example. Wait. Let me give you an example. Like in America, right? You have Ilhan Omar, who's a congresswoman and part of the Black Caucus, and she speaks in terms to represent Black American. Black American, do you think she should be able to represent herself as that?
Well, you need to ask that to Ilhan Haloma.
No,
She is an American.
From your criteria. What I'm saying, from your criteria.
Can I?
I'm going by from
listen,
like your logic.
Listen, if the white supremacy calls you black, it is up to you whether you accept it or not. Some people accept it and some people don't. But we can't say everyone in Africa has accepted the term black.
Why do they not
We
accept
are
it?
African. We're very proud to be African, and then I think that should be the end of the conversation.
No, I understand, but you did say
if we look at Asia,
wait a minute.
Indians don't say to the Chinese, "You have to be called brown." Are you brown? Are you brown? No, they are all Asians, and they live.
Hold on, Baxin. That's why, because I listened to you, the example you gave me. I'm just going by what you told me, because you said the people are using black and African interchangeably. And the example that you give, you said what you and your ancestors died for. So Ilhan Omar is able to represent a group of people
Ilhan Omar.
Wait.
Racial categorization by the
she
Americans.
Speaks, wait.
The Americans. She's because you're using those terms.
Well, that's why I'm asking
you. So do Gambians call
should
themselves black when they're in Gambia?
What?
Okay. What tribe are you?
I go by my tribe if I'm there.
Okay.
So why not outside? Afrikaans, why not outside?
because people don't identify as that. That's not the
The term
majority.
black is something that was created
That's
by
not
others.
what the people don't go by that. That's
But
individual.
Afridamus, but I understand where you're coming from. Can I add something quickly before I mute? Afridamus,
So
I live in the UK. Afridamus, I identify as Somali, but a lot of black people got a problem with me not identifying with black because that's not my
Okay.
identity.
I get that.
Why am I going to claim
but-
something that I'm
but-
not?
Okay, so
Okay,
that's
so
my
why do
whole
you
point.
think why do you think other black people accept to be identified by being black if they decide that okay no I'm not I'm not black, I'm Nigerian. If everybody starts doing that, then white people should also say no I'm not white, I'm English, or I'm this thing,
But they do.
Scottish.
By Afridamus, why am I going to claim my brother
they say they are
Afridamus?
white.
Why am I going to claim something that I'm not? Why am I going to claim something that I'm not?
Well,
there was a woman
that's-
that came in here. Why are Africans identifying as Black American? When I think of
Because
black,
Europeans
I
are
think of, no, but let
identifying
me
as
finish.
white.
Can I finish? When I think of black, I don't think of African. Can I finish? When I think of black, I don't think of African. I think of someone in Brazil or Peru or America, someone in the New World of slave descent, not African.
What I'm saying is that is not honest though, because that's not how the
I have
majority of
never
Africa.
I have never seen an African tribe calling themselves black. And in
Right.
Africa, you do not call yourself black.
wait,
Either you are Ghanaian
I
or you have your tribe,
Yes,
but we
some
don't
African
call
tribes do
ourselves
though.
black in Africa. You understand? That much I know. In Africa,
Only
that's what
me.
we go after our tribes, right?
Okay, hold on. Only me.
Yes.
Hold
yes.
on. Allow Kwesi. Kwesi, go ahead.
Sure.
Yeah, in Mauritania, Sudan, South Africa, Namibia, those guys do refer to themselves as black.
Sudan is Arabic word.
You feel me? Like
Mauritania is
Africans
Arabic
do
word.
identify as
African people have been put on this label by foreigners, Arabs and whites. Arab came, they said
Actually, can I-
Sudan, black, and white came, they told you black. This is nothing that African
So
person.
Listen,
I never
okay,
seen
let
an
me
African
make this
tribe
point. Let me
called
make
black.
this point. I think
Never
when we
heard of
do
it
this,
before.
we are being a little bit disingenuous here, because we know groups call people specific names. Like when we say Europeans are white, they don't go about saying, don't call me white. No, because I'm Nordic. Don't call me white because I'm this in Greece. We are trying to be facetious when people in Africa pretend as if, oh, you know what, I'm not black. Because they are associating being black as being negative. That is the reason why. Let's not be facetious and pretend as if that is not. You are trying to say, why do white people accept being white? Why do they accept being white?
To Niger, the European, they gave themselves the name white. But African never gave themselves the name black. That is the difference.
You know,
I've never seen
one
an
thing.
African
Wait,
tribe called black.
no, only me. I know for a fact. Only me. I can assure you, in my language, in my tribal language, there is a word for, how in the generality, we, like, I would say I'm a Soninke, but we do refer to ourselves as black. Like, we do refer to ourselves as that. And the other black countries, we have black in our language. We have it in Mandinka. They have descriptions for this. We have words
So
for
of
it.
Africa, if you meet another African in your country, you tell him you're black?
No,
Or you tell him your tribe?
no, you're not gonna say that. You're not going to say that. But if you meet,
Because the whole country,
but what I'm
the whole
saying,
country is black, and we
but-
don't go and represent
okay,
ourselves.
my
We
point
never
is
done that.
right. Wait, for example, if in that country somebody meets you, they are going to ask you if you are an Arab. This is a fact. They're going to ask you this.
But we're not.
That's my
you mean
point.
me specifically? No. So just like I said before, we're not Arabs. We have no Arabic DNA.
Right.
If 3% is big for you, that's fine.
Oh
In
no, I'm not
Bantu-
going by
Bantu-
percentages. I'm
brother,
trying
I
to.
mean, so
Nah.
Bantu, we have 3% of Bantu DNA and 3% of Arabic DNA. Overall, Somali. So Somali don't have any Arabic DNA. That
No,
that
I
we
wanted
have
to
to
say
establish.
something.
This is a DNA. We are talking about genetics. Now we are talking about facts. We are not talking about fiction or somebody looking at who looks like what. Lookism is nothing. Black and Arab mixed
Speak on,
together.
sister. Speak
Listen,
on. Yes.
black
And
and
also
Arab
hold
mixed.
on, hold on,
Wait,
guys.
Bayo.
Can I say something about
Black,
Sudan, please?
listen, Walalo. Black and Arab, you get Swahili coast. That's what you get when you have a black and Arab mixed. All right, that's what I'm saying to you. And we do
No,
not
only
look
me.
like
Only me.
Swahili coast. Huh?
Only me.
Yes, brother. Yes.
If only me. If you have 3% Arab, that is called admixture. That is mixed race.
Thank you.
Yeah, and
How
now
can
that's
you
a minor
how
mix.
can you have
Anyway,
3%
yeah,
Arab?
I don't count. I don't count
Kwesi,
anything as
Kwesi,
ethnic.
Somalis are the most homogeneous
Everyone is
ethnic group
mixed.
in Africa. You
You know
fool.
what that means, though. You know what that means, though.
Exactly. He's a
When they
fool.
test the whole
Ethnic Quest
And
is a
he,
population,
can I
dumb
say
idiot.
something? Let me finish.
Muhammad,
Can I finish? Somalis have been around for thousands of years. No, let me finish. Somalis have been around for thousands of years. You had the ancient Greeks who visited our coast. Somalis were
please,
known as the
brother,
Macrobenians at that
Afrodia.
time. They described them as tall Cushites, people of Somali origin. This is what the Greeks, ancient Greeks, were saying.
So that's
They
what the
saw.
original Somalis did. They look like the Somalis of today?
Brother
Yes,
Yes.
Afrodamos.
because the
Okay.
Greeks
Wait,
they
Afrodamos.
described us, and also the Chinese have a full description of us, and this is thousands of years ago. One more thing. People in Sudan, when they come to America, they can classify as Caucasian.
Yes,
Why? Because
the Arab part of the Arab part, because
yeah, the
North
northern,
Africans
yeah,
are they're considered
the
that.
northern Sudan can identify as a Caucasian. So someone who looks like me, who has dark skin, can say that I'm Caucasian. So the whole black, white, what are you? It does not really fit as Africans.
But
And then I
in
think we need to be proud for being our tribes
wait,
and our, being
in
African.
America though, Arabs are considered under Caucasian classification.
And also we are
So
mixing
And
genetics
Somalis
with
are
race.
considered
It
black in
doesn't make sense.
America.
Right,
Somalis are considered black in America, and that is why Ilhan Omar can represent, because she is considered black. In
all right.
America,
Okay,
this
let's
is
allow
black,
Nakmizi.
you
Wait,
know. But
Nakmizi.
please,
Wait.
Yeah,
brother,
let me speak.
can I ask you a
Only
question,
me.
Afrodimas? Yes.
Oh,
Can I please
hold
ask
on.
you a question?
Can I add something about the Arabs?
Wait. Nakmizi.
Hey, can you
just
put
heard what
okay, go on, brother.
you just heard. Okay, so do you consider Somalis to be black?
No.
So then, do you think? Do you see Ilhan Omar as representing, be a perfect representation for you considering yourself as blacks?
Absolutely not. And I'll explain to you why.
Okay.
Look, Ilhan Omar ran as, a black woman, but then when she won, she was the first Muslim woman. You understand what I'm saying? So a lot of these
Oh, that's what
Somalis,
the
they are.
media said.
Listen.
That
Well,
means you should blame your government,
let him
dummy.
talk.
I was quiet when y'all was talking. I was quiet when y'all was talking. Give me the respect too. We talking about Black American stuff right here. When I was talking about your stuff, I asked questions and I respectfully was quiet. Give me the same respect. So now this is what I'm saying. Every black person in America is not an African American. They are Gambian American. They are Somali American. They are whatever. But the black term is for us because we don't have a African ethnic group. We fall under the umbrella of blackness because we come from multiple African ethnic
You are
groups.
a mongrel. You people are mongrels.
And your wife is an Indian that was shitting in the
And
streets
your mother and your mother is a whore.
Go ahead.
I thought Ghanaians had manners. This guy must be some, he's a mongrel. But anyway, so this is what we're talking about. The original thing was, are Somalis mixed? And then we started getting down to, well, are they mixed with Arab? I would say culturally, Somalis, because they practice Islam, which is an Arabic religion, and religion and culture go hand in hand. That Somalis maybe have cultural aspects that are in line with Arabs, but they are mixed race people, whether you want to talk about the mix being 5,000, 1,000, whatever it is, it's still a mix. I challenge anyone to just pull up any random Somali DNA test, because his sister only means keeps talking about DNA. Wait, hold on. While you talking, I'm talking right now. When I'm done, you could talk. I challenge anyone to pull up a random Somali DNA test. It's gonna come back mixed. It'll come back more mixed than a Black American, guaranteed.
Can you please pull the video up? I just posted
Yeah, I
the video,
also wanted
brother.
to say that.
You don't need to prove yourself.
No,
We
I
don't
have
need
a
to prove
video. You will
ourselves.
see it. Please.
Yo,
put it up.
Magnesi, can I respond to you? Can I respond? Tell your stupid people and
Kaiser,
tell your
eat a
government
dick,
to
bro.
stop
Don't
classing
talk
my
to me no more.
people.
Eat a
I'm
dick,
a
bro.
proud I'm a proud
You
Somali,
threatened me with
whereas you
violence,
Caribbeans,
Kaiser. You threaten me with violence. You threaten me with violence. I have nothing to say to you. Don't at me no more.
No
Shut up,
violence.
man. Stop. Tell your people to stop classing my people as black. Tell your people to stop forcing the black label onto my people.
Wait, oh, great point, Kaizo. Great point, Dr. R. You just said it. Don't force blackness on your people, correct?
Because I've got an identity. I know where I come from. I know where I come from. I can go back to my
so
dad's
your
village.
identity
My
is you're not black. You're not black. End of
I am
story.
Somali. I am proud Somali.
My
I'm a proud
identity
Somali.
is Somali. Wallahi, what's that?
Wallahi, you're speaking Arabic. You're speaking
How far do you go
Arabic
back?
right now.
No. How far do you go back?
Guys,
How far do you
guys,
go back
one
to
at
your
a
family
time.
tree? How far do you go back?
Can I say
I
something?
go all the way back to the bedroom where I smash your mother.
You're a bastard. You don't even know where you come from.
Okay,
Don't waste my time.
guys, Dr. R,
wait.
let's stick with the topic, please.
Could you please put my video up? I asked you 20 times. This brother wants to see it.
It's gonna come up. Okay, what am I looking for in this video?
You are looking for a Somali DNA, a guy who made a DNA by 23andMe, and I want to show this brother that you can indeed get 100% by 23andMe DNA.
100%
This is
DNA.
100% Somali. You can just put it on. He can watch it for himself.
Okay. So
he asked for it, so here you go.
Yeah, and then we're going to just search at random because you bought one for you, so we'll do another one.
Okay, here
I have
we go.
many of them.
Okay, guys,
I have
here we
many
go. Here we go. Let's. Okay, what is this? What am I looking at? I see Lower Juba, Bay, Hiran, Mogdog, Nugal, Bari. Is this the name of the ethnic groups?
Sorry. This is the different regions in Somalia. You see the Somali map here. This is different regions of Somalia.
Okay.
He has his DNA.
Okay.
Look, for a couple of years ago, like 5-6 years ago, when they did not have any samples from Somalia, people used to get a lot of mixture. Now, the 23andMe, they have enough of samples from the Somali community, and Somalis now getting 100%, 99, 98, 95%.
Okay.
And if we have any DNA outside of Somalia, we have from Eritrea and Ethiopia. That's how
Okay.
far the Somali, and this is 500 years back. Just
Okay.
to be, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I think let me just say something about this. Okay, you want to carry on?
Teenager, hold on. Let's finish. Then you
No,
can
it's finished. It's finished. It's finished. You don't have to.
No, play the whole video.
Guys, hold on. Let me play the whole
It's
video.
finished.
I can't see the video there.
Hold on. Is this just showing?
Yeah, it's
you know,
just
the
gonna show
region?
the different regions and information like that. I have another
Yeah,
video.
but that
If the brother
doesn't.
wants
That
me,
But that doesn't show
no,
what
that
we
doesn't interest you.
Afrodamus, could you just pull up a live any Somali DNA test video because she showed us something that's propaganda. There's not even a person on there. We don't know whose test this is.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
go
that's just regions.
I posted one earlier. It was said 80%.
Everything that is 2008, 19, 20, 21, but they have a lot of samples from Somalia. You can watch. Other than that,
Stop cherry picking. Stop cherry picking. You yourself
it's
aren't
like
even
that.
100%
like
Somali.
that, though. When you don't
You're
have
not even
enough of
100% Somali.
So
when you
far,
don't
what
have
I've
enough
learned,
of samples, you have a problem. You understand?
what I've
No, but
learned.
you're not Somali. You're not 100%. You said yourself you're not 100%
Just said it's
Somali.
100%. The DNA is just showed you 100%.
But
You.
only me. To be fair though, you did say that you guys are mixed, and then but now hold on. McMeezy is right. You did say that you guys have some mixture from many,
5,000
but
years
now
ago.
you're
No. This
wait
is 500 years ago. Listen, brother. This
wait,
DNA
but
is
you gotta
500
let me finish. But now you're turning around, you know, hitting us with 100% DNA. Even myself here, I don't think I can comfortably say, oh, I'm 100% this, because, you know, the black foot is hidden somewhere. But let's not get into that right now.
You have to see the difference, brother. You have to see that the admix that I was telling you is thousands years ago, 6,000 years. That is
Okay.
that is
But it still exists.
Can I add
that is
something to this? I
ancient
think I
admix.
think
You
what
cannot
is
just
going on
say
with that
the
test.
brother asking
We've
the
had
brothers
that
ask.
point over and over again. You said thousands of years you guys had the
Yes, this
admixture
is
from Europe
different, and this is
that returned back
500
to Africa.
for
But
3andMe.
let me say something about that. If you went outside Africa and you had you guys, your forefathers were outside Africa and you had admixture and you came from there to Africa and remained the same way, from outside Africa came into Africa, remained the same way for thousands of years till now. For one, that is very, very, very remarkable, and it means if you are saying that you came into Africa, but you are not this is typical of all other groups in Africa. In other
No,
words,
I never
and
said
whether you
that.
want to, whether
I
we
never
call you
said we are
black or
typical
not,
Africans. We are not typical
that's my point.
Africans.
Okay, so
So
I have
We
a
are not
question.
typical Africans. We
whether
don't
we
look
call
like.
you
But the
black or
thing is,
not will be
this
something
one is
different.
the past
Let's
500
just
years.
get
The
more
generation
DNA
Let me
tests to
define
play
what
500
these
black
years.
games.
is. Can I define what I consider black?
Oh my God.
If you
Go,
originated
go
on the
ahead.
African continent and you have a shade less than that of a Greek person, and you're on the African continent, you can be described as black. If you start pretending as if, because if you look at other groups, you can argue that they are not black. There are some Igbo people that are even lighter than some Somalis. They can say they are not black if they want to say that. Then what is the standard that you use to describe black? It has to be from Africa and with a kind of shade that is lesser than that of most other
Why?
groups.
Why I showed this DNA was this is the past 500 years. This person is not mixed with nobody. That is what the DNA is showing you. But the other
Why
one that I'm
only go
showing
back
you at all.
500 years though?
Could you please wait? I'm talking now. So the past
Shit.
500. This is what it shows. But what we're talking about is an ancient admixture. I am here. I'm not here to say like I'm like everybody else. Africans, normal Africans have also archaic DNA mixed with them. Everybody has something. Archaic DNA, ghost DNA. You understand? Ours just is just came from back.
I like
However,
that word, ghost DNA.
yeah. That is a ghost DNA.
Okay, okay, wait,
Anyway,
we have somebody, a new guy in. Joke, go ahead. Hold on. Is Josie Gold still here? Oh, there he is. Next is going to be Josie Gold. Go ahead, Joke. Joke, where you calling from? Joke, can you hear me? I think we lost Joke.
Africa
Okay,
is
go
supposed to
ahead.
be the most ethnically diverse continent,
Go
but
ahead, Josie Gold.
if Somalia is like that, that is
Yo,
like some
Niger,
nasty
there's
stuff.
an
Yeah,
order here, Niger.
it's
There's
not
an
your turn to
order.
talk to Niger.
Shut up.
Okay, Tunaja,
Go ahead.
Yeah,
don't
look,
start with
like
Josie
I
Gold.
said earlier.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, like I said earlier, when I look at Somalians and like the Horners, Somalis, Ethiopians, Eritreans, I don't see an African. Like this whole DNA thing going back and forth, DNA, this is just not what I look at what I see. I don't see an African that I see every day. Like I said earlier, when I look at you, Afridamus, I see an African. You look West African. You could be Nigerian, you could be Ghanaian, I don't know, something, but you're West African, you're an African.
Yeah, that's
Kaiser
what
and
I was saying
Kenyans and
earlier. You can
Tanzanians, I see an
confuse
African. They have
me.
their own look.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, you have your West Africans have their own look. I'm sure they can tell the differences among themselves. East Africans, Southern Africans, but they're Africans. Like they black Africans, like to be more specific, like from my understanding. Other people will have their own opinions. But when I look at Somalis, Ethiopians, Eritreans, I don't see that. This whole science, that no, but this is what I'm seeing. You look different
So they are
from
more like they are mixed
even though those people
Africans, just
themselves have their own different
they
looks. The
deny the
reality is
Arab
this:
one,
these people, I
right?
don't know what they are. Look,
Josie,
I don't
But they're
wanna,
saying they are
I don't
not
know
mixed
what
with
they
Arabs,
are,
but
but I
okay.
can tell you maybe what they look like.
Okay.
I have a question
Let
for
me
you, Josie.
finish. let me.
It's a
Look,
question.
I don't know what they are, but to me, they look different and maybe closer to Asians. For me, that's it. Like I don't know this whole science, this science, that. I know what I'm looking at. It looks different. Don't tell me something else. Thank you.
Okay, so I have a question for you. Can you share the picture I've just sent there? I want to ask Josie.
What is it?
It's a picture of the ancient Somalis.
Okay.
Dr. K, I wanted to respond to you. Did you know that the Khoisan people and the Somali people, they're the only two people on the continent that don't suffer from sickle cells
Interesting.
disease? Did you know that?
So okay, wait, Dr. K. No, Dr. R. You said Somalis and Khoisan, they are the only ones that don't suffer from sickle cell?
The sickle cell disease.
So then
because my question is, Arabs suffer from it, Europeans, people from Spain and Portugal.
No,
and
it's mostly African, from West Africa.
No, but Mediterranean people suffer from it as well. Mediterranean.
Okay, I didn't check that. Okay.
That's crazy. Do the Indians suffer from sickle cell?
Josie, would you say this is a black woman or an Arab woman?
She looks Fulani to me.
Yeah,
I don't know
so
where
she looks like a Fuller.
Look, man, you're missing
Fulani's
around.
Arab
Put the
person.
picture that you had up earlier.
Simple question.
Put the
Is she a
picture
black
up
woman or
earlier.
what?
Oh, the
Look,
one from the.
I want to ask you about this question. Does this person looking like a black African or an Arab?
A black African.
Right. This is an
Black
Oromo
Arab.
tribe, right? This is actually Somalis. This is where Somalis came from, the Oromo tribe. Actually, then they went and back migrated. So these are
so original Somali. Are you saying that what we are seeing today is not a mixture, because not all Somalis look like her.
Right, but Somalis would
she looks like Fuller. She looks like Fuller to me.
Right, she's an Oromo woman from Kenya and Ethiopia. So this is where Somalis technically should be looking like if they didn't do any back migration to the Levant. So according to Josie, he said that he doesn't see Horners as black or African. This is a Horner, Josie. I think the issue is, as you said earlier.
Well, MC Cham said she doesn't look black.
Who says that?
She's black. People
MC
don't
Cham.
have a clue.
MC Cham says she doesn't look
I
black.
get your point.
Right. I think you need to travel
I get
a
your
bit
point.
more.
Not all Horners.
No,
okay,
this is
point
majority
taken.
Oromos are the largest Horner. Oromos are the largest Horner
but
tribe.
these are not the people I see. Hold on. These are not the people I see when I talk Somali. When I talk Somali, I talk about the average Somali that I think like the picture that you had on earlier. So these are not the Somalis I see here in my own country.
That Josie Gold. Most Somalis actually look similar.
You know what? Dr. Kezo, I see what you're doing.
Dr. Kezo,
you're being disingenuous.
Kezo, you're playing semantics, because you and everybody here in the panel understand exactly the type of Somali that Josie Gold comes in contact with in South Africa.
I will tell you, most Somalis.
But what I'm saying, if you are taking the picture, maybe majority of the Somalis that we see travel, they don't look like that. That's what Josie Gold is talking about.
I'm saying most Somalis, if you add them all up, most Somalis look like this. So
this is the majority look. Is that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a Somali picture on
only me. Do you agree with that? Only me. Yes. So you would agree with Kezo that this is what majority Somali look like?
Yes. Nah, okay, not majority of Somali, but yes, some Somali do look like that. Some lighter skin, some like that. Yes. Yeah.
Aphrodimos, please click that link. I just searched Somali people on the internet, and they have a lot of images of them, so that the Somali lady can react to say whether they look like Somalis. So there's quite a lot of them there. Yeah.
Two Niger on the board.
Yeah, because
can I show an image?
It's like we are not seeing the same thing, so just show us the image so I will see them.
Yeah, okay.
Can I show an image?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
What is their shade? Somebody tell me what their shade is.
Yeah, this is a good makeup here. Yeah, different shades.
Do any of them look like people from the Levant?
Of course not. I don't know why people say that. It makes no sense.
Not even one.
Click on the president, right? The guy there. You can see him in the top, right? That's
him.
Yeah, that's which one? Yeah, that one. That's the president.
I think when they see, I post the link there. Please, can you look? I think this is what they think when they see Somalis and why they're saying they don't look. These are the pictures they're looking at. You can look at the link I post, please. Okay. You will see what they're talking about when they think the Somalis don't look. They look Arabic. Can you please look at the link so everybody can see what we're talking about?
Okay, just a second.
I think people think of these pictures when they see Somalis. This is what comes to their mind.
Only me. Does that image from Google represent what you consider Somali?
The first image.
Yeah, the one containing multiple images. Do you see that and think, oh, these are Somalis?
I would say yes.
I can't hear you. Only me. I can't hear you because I think.
Yeah. Those are most definitely Somalis. But
are you talking about?
This is what people are looking.
Yeah. Well, not looking. This is people. This is the physical humans that people run into.
Seriously,
like it's not. Yeah, this is okay. Now this picture looks more like what we run into in the West, in America.
Yes,
in America.
I agree.
And this is what Josie Gold
even
sees in South Africa too.
Not in Kenya.
Well, this is why I said how West Africans sees it. Maybe in the West, anybody that lives in America, this is the type of Somali they are familiar with seeing. Hold on.
Even Ethiopians, there was a time I used to think Ethiopians look like this too, like they are all like this.
Yeah, this woman here pretty much look Indian, straight Indian, from more like Indian than
Afridamus, I posted a picture of what your average Somali man looks like.
Well, this here looks very familiar.
Somali girls.
Yeah,
woman.
Yeah, this looks more like what we see
in the West. Yes, they live good. They take care of themselves, and that's how they look. Yes.
So you're saying their skin tone change once they make it to the West?
They don't change. No, they don't. Of course, Somali is harder. You understand? Somali is very, very hot. So if I go to Somalia, I become darker. I become darker when I go to Somalia. I change.
The looks don't change.
Yes.
All Africans.
Afridamus, I posted a link.
Dr. R, Dr. R, was it the one you just posted?
Yes.
Okay, hold on. Okay, I see this, Dr. R, but here I'm gonna show it. Yeah, I've seen people that look like that too, but that's not the majority out here, at least.
Of course, I'm talking about back home.
Well, okay. So the ones we cannot confuse as something other than Somali, they generally tend not to travel.
Well, this is your average. This is, if you look at the phenotype, this is your average Somali back home and around the world.
Okay.
I agree. I don't know what people are seeing, but this is.
So, does anyone have a problem with that image? That's your average Somali man.
I don't have any problem with it.
I don't know. Either way they look, I have no issue with it. I want to make that clear. This is not about whether issue or not. For instance,
no, but Afridamus, what I'm asking you, what does he look like to you?
We do look different. We do look different than West Africa.
It doesn't look Arab to me.
Of course, you look different from West Africans, but that doesn't mean you're not black.
Average, because I live in London. I've seen Somalis that look like that. He's your average Somali man.
But we do look different, though. We're not gonna lie to ourselves. We do look different. I can see a Somali.
Of course, you look different. Hello, we're not blind. You look
no. The brother is saying because listen though, we do look different.
Of
I can see a
course.
Somali from 100 miles, but
Of
when we
course.
say African, I'm
No,
not
but
African.
does he
That
look
is
like an
wrong
Arab?
though.
Does he look
Oh
like an
my
Arab
God.
to you? He looks like
Before,
a.
you know what I used to.
So wait,
before I was
hold
very,
on,
very
guys.
much.
Hold on. Okay, but you guys are moving the goalpost because when we show the ones that look nothing like Africans, like we know Africans to be, you guys made excuses and said it's the West, the weather is good, they change, and then you showed me a picture that is kind of blurry, and you guys want us to keep that when this other picture, we have a lot more different images of Somalis, but you guys want to talk about just one picture. How come?
Yeah. No. I
I'm
mean,
not.
listen. We have darker Somali, we have lighter Somali, and Somali is hot. When most of the pictures you see, Somali is very hot people. The dark, when we come here, our color is not so dark. However, we have super duper dark Somalis who look like almost like
Oh,
Nilotic color.
I've seen
Nilotic
dark
color.
ones. Yes, I
Exactly.
have.
We have super dark. But the thing
I'm not
is,
talking about his skin tone. I'm talking about his phenotype.
his
But like that's your
phenotype.
average.
That's
His
what I
average
mentioned.
Somali.
What has
Yeah,
phenotype got to
exactly.
do with being non-African? The
Somebody's
phenotype is
echoing.
just a
Who's
phenotype.
echoing?
I think somebody
To
is doing that.
Niger,
It's not me.
brother, to Niger. We never listen. The people are saying to us that we are not African or black, right? I'm
Because you
not
are
here to
saying you're not
defend
black.
that. I never said that. Never did I say
You
that?
said you were not black. The
No,
way
that was
I
the
said
other
if
one.
you identify
it was the other
black with
lady.
kinky
Okay.
hair and white
No,
nose,
no,
if
no, no,
that
no.
is
You're not
the only
listening to
black,
me.
then
You're not
no.
listening to me. You're putting words into
But
my mouth. I said it.
we
You know,
have all colors and
You're not
shades,
letting me.
but
You're not
the
letting
people
me.
don't want to
You're
believe
not
that.
letting
You
me finish.
understand?
I
They want to have
identify as
only one
Somali.
phenotype. Sorry.
You're
But
not listening to me.
I
But
don't fit into
do you
the
know
phenotype that
like?
people want me to be. You understand?
But
What
what
I
I'm
believe
saying,
people, black people come all in different shapes and sizes. But when people say this is
You're
the
not
only
listening
phenotype
to
that can be
me.
black, then I
You're
don't
not.
fit into
Well,
that
you're not listening
phenotype.
to me. You're not
Do you
listening.
know that
I
it comes
said.
across a little bit as if when a black person is telling you that you are black and a Somali person say, no, I'm not black, what they are
I'm talking
hearing
about
is that
identity.
can
My
you
skin
finish?
color.
Let me finish
Teenager.
what I'm saying. I just need to explain to you what people are hearing. What they are hearing is that you are saying you are not like them. You are not black people like the other black people they categorize as black. You are not like them. You are separating yourself from them. When you do that, you wonder why they start saying, "Oh, you are not African." Then, if that's what you are saying.
Two
Why
Niger,
did I?
please, brother.
Teenager. Let me
Please,
speak. You're not letting me speak.
Abo,
You're
just
not
a
letting me
minute.
speak. Why did I say I didn't say I was African? I'm a proud African. My skin color is black. I'm talking about identity. I do not identify with the black label. I identify by my ethnicity.
Yeah, I guess you can identify with that as much as you want. It's like a white guy saying, "I'm not white." Good luck with that one.
Hey, Afrodamus, I
The
didn't
video is
look at that
2016.
video.
Okay,
I
guys,
just
hold
posted
on,
the link. I
guys,
didn't pre-look at it. I just posted the link. I don't know what it's gonna say, but I'm
video is
curious to see what it
2016.
says.
Okay, let's see. Okay, you guys see this? This is a Somali woman here, right? This is a Somali woman. You can see her clearly. This picture is
Those are
different
the
from
ones
what.
I see.
Yes, this is the ones I see also here in
I'm sure
America.
that those are the ones Juicy Gold says.
Yeah, I'm just keeping it real. So let's this is people in the chat. Don't pretend you know exactly. This is what you see in America, not the picture that Kaizo sent or the one Dr. R sent. Yes, we do see those too, but that is that's not what you run into. Because I don't know if Kaizo sent that to try to make Josie Gold's point look like he's crazy. But Josie Gold, you're not crazy. You're speaking on what you know. You're really speaking on what you've seen.
Hey
Yeah,
guys,
I mean,
I'm
just look at
Becca.
her.
I'm Roger.
And we
What is
recently
wrong with
did
that? You know?
ancestry DNA. I would be surprised if I saw any West African or Caribbean
Definitely.
or Asian. I'd be like, whoa, what? But
probably not. But
what?
maybe.
Yeah.
There's possibility, maybe like.
No, I was talking about
American or
me.
something. Oh, you?
Yeah. I was talking about me. What would you be surprised if you saw? Like what?
Oh, I don't know anything.
I am Somalian. I was born in Somalia. So I'm convinced I'm Somalian and partly Middle East.
Based off of.
So she's Somali. She was born in Somalia. That much we know. Okay. So I mean,
She
to
said
me,
she's
quite.
mixed. Though. She says she's
She
mixed.
said. She said that's what she thinks. But let's find out what her result is going to show. She's not saying she is. She's saying she thought.
The family tree from my father's side of the family, I guess the furthest back we were traced, or I actually don't remember the date, but where was maybe at, Britain, Great Britain maybe. I'm not positive though, probably Irish, probably all the typical stuff.
Okay, so we haven't seen it before, so I'm gonna log in and do mine first. So I'm logging in right now. Holy wow! Okay, so that's my original reaction. My grandmother was completely right. Wow! Holy shoot! So it says that I am 48% Southeast African, which is Somalia area, but none of the regions that Ancestry has highlight Somalia. So yeah, North Africa is 7% and a little bit of Egypt in there, but the majority is like Morocco and Algeria. And it's also found in Spain and Portugal. Trace regions is like a possibility that I'm less.
Oh, so she's got Nigerian.
Jesus Christ, Nigerian made it there.
Senegalese and Mali.
Yeah, it's about 3%.
Is it me or she looks like the guy?
Huh?
She looks like the white guy.
Okay, hold on, we'll get there. Wait, we'll get there.
It says less than 1% Nigeria and less than 1% Mali. So yeah.
So less than 1% Nigerian and less than 1%. I mean, West African numbers are low.
Pacific Islander. I did say Caribbean, didn't I? I said I'd be surprised. So my trace region is
not Caribbean.
That's not a Caribbean? Islander, isn't that? Oh,
What's
well.
Pacific?
Okay, so now for what my grandmother was talking about, the Middle East. 41%. I'm like so shocked. Oh my God, I'm so shocked. The Middle East, it doesn't say specifically which country. It's just highlighted as the Middle East. And that includes Syria, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Oman, Yemen, which is what my grandmother was saying, United Arabs, Lebanon, and Israel. Also found in Iran and Pakistan. Wow. It doesn't, I wish it told you which country though,
To me, she looks very mixy.
Definitely awesome.
I think this is what.
Holy crap, sorry, I'm like in.
So did I see that correctly? Did it say 40% Middle East?
Yeah, Middle East and 40%. Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Afrodamus, please give me the mic. Please give me the mic.
Wait. Guys, let's see this part. No, you'll get the mic, but let's hear this.
In shock right now. I'm gonna call my grandma after this and I'm like, Grandma, your dad was from Yemen. You were right. Mommy, you were right.
I mean, it makes sense. Yemen is
Then
right.
she's not ethnic Somali.
Okay. We'll come to that.
What the fuck is this, man?
Oh, if we have kids, they're gonna be African,
About
Middle
video
Eastern, and
about-
European. They're gonna be the cutest things ever.
Why? That's right.
Okay. Cool. Now we're gonna log into Rogers and.
All right. He's not Somali, so we're not interested in it.
Yes, he's Somali.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
He's Somali. My cousin.
Okay. So Nagmizi.
That's what
Yeah.
Okay, we have
so now check this out. When I got on here, I called it already, and I talked about the fact that they embraced Islam, its geographical reference in terms of where it was in terms of Yemen, and it came up 46%. I'm a Black American. I have more African DNA than that Somali. So this is what I'm saying. Hold on.
She looks Somali, but she's not ethnic Somali. She admitted her grandfather was an
Now you're
Arab.
pushing the goalpost. So what I'll say is this. She just admitted that
Dr. R, let him talk. Dr. R, let him talk. Let him talk.
Let me finish. I sent that randomly. It could have made me look like an idiot. Now, what I would ask is that Afrodamas just search another one randomly and see if we get one, because only me's test was bogus. It didn't show nobody's face, nothing. That was propaganda. So put my words to the test, because I'm already I'm one up with this one, right? So now let's test it again. Let's test it again.
Only me
Can
did mention the Levant area, which this woman's DNA showed.
listen, what I'm
Yeah, which
saying
means
is,
they're
look,
Arab.
Yes.
can I talk? Can I talk? Can I talk?
They're discount Arabs.
Listen,
They're
Hold on.
discount
Several
Arabs.
people are talking. Who?
Well, we've
Okay.
proven this too.
Well,
What?
understood. Let me talk. Listen, I said in the
Well,
beginning.
what's
I said in the
Charape?
beginning. I said in the beginning.
Yeah.
We had
Hold on.
a
Hold on.
lot of.
Hold on. Okay, we'll have
I
only me go, and then we
okay.
have DMF.
I said in the beginning, the videos that are older, like 5-6 years older, they show mostly Bantu and Arabs, because I tell you why. Because they did not have enough sample of the Somalis. 23andMe and other and DNA, they were giving a lot of free samples to the Somalis, so they could have not only Somalis, the whole Horn of Africa, and Ethiopian, Eritrean. They were giving a lot, because Ethiopian were also getting a lot of Bantu tribes and a lot of Arab tribes. They were just throwing stuff together because they didn't have
So are you saying her
Listen,
DNA? Her DNA is wrong?
Listen, newer videos that's coming out, people are getting more closer to Somali than any other Bantu. Before, they did not have enough of sample. They were just throwing everywhere, everybody. I tell you, people were getting Bantu here, there, South Africa, they're everywhere. But not
No,
anymore.
but this lady's this right here, right? Okay. Like Nagmizi, when he first came in, what he talked about and said the region that had connection with Somalia, majority of the DNA sent this woman over there to the Middle East. But also, Pacific Islander, since I think Somalians are like, seafaring guys, people. So maybe
That's
they
what I
have
said
connection
earlier
with
on.
those islands as well. The Pacific Island, because the Andaman Islands and places like that. Maybe in ancient times they had connection with that as well. But this woman's DNA for sure came from the middle of the earth, Middle East. But let's have DMF. DMF, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that, like obviously I've listened to you, and I just want to say to you, Afrodemus, right? I don't appreciate the way you just put me on the back burner, because I never came on your show and started insulting anyone. He started it first, but you kept him on. I wanted to ask you why.
I put both of you in the back,
No, you
and I
did
brought.
not.
Wait a minute. I'm looking at my screen. I put both of you in the back and brought you guys back on again. If I had issues with,
you had
but what I'm saying,
you had me on the back for a long time.
DMF.
Okay.
I have you on here. Like I said, I put both of you in the back. That was a while ago, but we have you on. Both of you. If I had issues with it, I wouldn't have you on. I obviously don't. So yeah, it's all good. It's not a big deal. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to say, like Somalian people, Ghanaians, Nigerians, whatever they are, they're all Africans. We're all from the same pot, right? Now, whether your family was mixed 500 years ago, it doesn't take away the fact that you're still African. That's nothing. Nothing's gonna change.
But that's not the topic though. Nobody's questioning
it is.
there.
No
one is questioning what I'm saying.
Let me explain to you why I said that, right? Because you see this guy Magnesium or whatever he wants to call himself, right? He keeps on trying to attack this woman, right?
No, but
DMF is mixed and all this other stuff.
But DMF.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
But what you're doing, that's not fair, because Nakmizi is stating his point, and he's been doing this since he came on the show,
He's not
And
stating a
wait,
point.
wait a
All
minute,
he's doing
wait
is
a
going
minute.
round and round in
But
circles. He's
no,
not doing
but
nothing. He's not talking
wait,
intelligently. He's not giving out no
but
good points.
hold
All
on,
he's
hold
doing is
on,
trying to play
DMF.
judge. He's no judge. He's an idiot.
Hold on, but DMF, let me finish. Okay, like I get it. You might not like what Nakmizi is saying, but he's sticking with the topic. And I did give the warning in the beginning that it's going to be kind of tough, for some people. But he's sticking with the topic and followed by evidence. So if you can, try to, debunk or challenge the evidence he's showing, you can do that.
There's nothing for me to debunk. People
Okay.
are people. So
Okay.
for me to come and say that obviously like this person is not Somalian or they're not black or whatever it may be,
Well,
right?
Naknizi
I
hates
don't
Somalis
think
and
it's my
hates
right to do
Islam.
so.
All right.
I mean,
All right. Okay. Gotcha.
It's
I'm
wrong.
1% Somali, 1.4% Somali. So I have a place in this.
Whatever, you're not ethnic Somali, whatever, if you got it.
Okay, so okay.
Exactly.
Now,
You're not.
okay, we have
Simple.
okay, this is to Dr. R and only me. Dr. R and only me, and we looks like we have Mutu Mualima. That's Swahili for teacher, I believe. But so only me and Dr. R. I get it. Like you guys said, you weren't mixed, but this woman who's also Somali, and this is the Somalis we see in America. I mean, I don't think she looks Arab to me, but she does look very mixed, and her DNA proves that. So are you guys saying, she's not qualified to be Somali?
No. Never, never, never. I would never say she's not qualified to be Somali, okay? There are
Okay.
Somali who are mixed. As I stated before, we have some Somali that mix with Arab. But when we're talking about Somali, I'm talking about 80% of the Somali ethnic groups. I never said there is no mixed Arab or Somalis, okay? That was never thing that I said. But the thing is, if you look at the DNA and you look at you can filter your YouTube and you say like the last year, the newer videos, they will show you that they have more examples that the people are getting correct and categorized. You understand? The problem here is older one, as I said, we don't have enough of samples. So people were all over the place. All right. So let me rest that case. This problem is because the look of the Somalis. People think because we look like this, we must be mixed with Arab. Brother, I beg of you, please. I have a picture that I post here. Please look at this post. This picture is a Bantu mixed with an Arab, okay? Just look at that person, how different we look from each other.
Yeah,
if I
but
would be mixed with a Bantu, if I would be mixed with an African,
And
black
how come we
African,
don't? And you know what's funny?
listen
How come we don't
though,
look like Sudanese or
listen,
don't speak
if
Arabic?
I would be mixed, if we would be mixed with black African with Arab, this is how we look like. But we don't look like this. Do you understand? This is what people
But
don't understand.
this
And this
person,
is
are
only
you
Just
saying?
DNA result videos. Let's just shut them up for one time.
Wait. So
It's the
only
look
me,
you're going
only
for.
me,
At the beginning, we
only
were
me.
looking.
So only me.
Hmm.
What do you have to say to that woman the
I just
DNA
said.
we just saw? She's full blown Somali.
Listen, if she would, I would
So
believe. Look, if she would take a DNA today, I would believe her DNA will change. That's what I believe, first of all. But if it doesn't change, that doesn't change that she's
but
a
why should
Somali.
it? But wait a minute.
It
Why
updates.
would it
Update.
change? So
It will
this is not.
update.
Wait a
It
minute.
always updates. Every couple of years, your DNA updates. That's
So it's
normal
not
because they get
real.
more sample. As more the sample they get, more the DNA updates.
So
Today
what
you can
part?
have
But
40% this and
she just
tomorrow
said,
you can
in the
change.
video, can I add something? She said in the video that her grandfather is an Arab. Basically, she must be one of those ethnic minority,
No,
minority groups.
she didn't say that, Dr. R.
She said something about her
she
grandfather.
said her grandmother was from Yemen.
She said,
well, Oregon. Alright, then she's technically not a Somali. Then she's not ethnic Somali. She admitted her grandmother came from Yemen, and she probably
Just
married
give
a
them
Somali
another
man.
one, Alfredamus. They're gonna try to push the goalposts again. They're obviously mixed race people. Just play some more, bro. Play some
Can you
more.
shut up?
If
She just
the
said
next
it's
one you
okay.
play,
It's okay.
if the
Listen,
next one you
Mole,
play
listen.
don't show Arab, I'll get it.
Mr. Mogadishu, listen.
Yes,
If I'm
Mogadishu
mixed
meet
or not, exactly. Mogadishu is my city, actually.
is
But
my
if
city
I'm
now.
mixed,
1%.
it's not your city. 1% does not make you Somali. All right, just
I
chill
am
out
a
with that.
Somali.
It does not make you Somali. But if I'm mixed or not, it has nothing to do with. I'm done with this because I've been explaining all night. And if I'm mixed, then I'm mixed. But the
All right,
problem
that's
is,
all we're
I
saying is you're mixed.
I've got a question. Why is everybody obsessed with Arabs? Why is everybody
Nobody
obsessed with
obsessed with
Arabs?
y'all, son.
Why do you even have Mogadishu though? Nobody what?
ADOS wins again. ADOS wins again.
No.
Okay, we
ADOS,
have
to hell with
hold on,
ADOS.
hold on. We have hold on, guys.
I don't understand.
We'll come. Okay, hold on, guys. It's okay. So we have Mutu Mwalima just joined us. He hasn't spoken yet. Let's allow him. Mutu Mwalima, welcome to the show again.
Yeah, I just wanted to tell Dr. R that Somalis are mixed.
Dr. R, what do you have to say to that?
Once again, dummy, we're not mixed. We're a homogeneous nation that's been around for thousands of years.
Yes, you are. Why? Why do you look different from other Africans?
Because can I say something? What about the Fulanis? What about those in the Saheli and that
No,
look similar to us?
Dr.
Are they
R, to be
mixed?
fair though, the
They don't
Fulanis,
look like
nobody,
you.
they don't look Somali.
No, I'm talking about their phenotype. In Sudan, you got people that look similar to us.
No, but you said the Fullers.
I'm talking about Sahelian Muslims. They look different from the coastal West Africans. You do know that, right?
Wait, which Africans are you talking
I'm
about?
talking. I name you the
Because
countries.
Mali is in the Sahel. What I'm saying, Mali is
I
in the
name you the
Sahel.
countries: Chad, Mali, Mauritania. They don't look like the average.
Burkina Faso is Sahel. Niger
Yeah,
is
they
Sahel.
are. They do look. Some look like West African though.
Yeah,
They mix a
that's
lot
what
of
I'm
West
saying.
African. But
Yeah.
Wadabi, for instance, the
My
Wadabi,
tribe is
they
a
don't.
Sahelian tribe.
They do look. Some of them do look like West African. Anyway, because they are mixed with West Africa. Anyway, yeah, they do. They do. But there is also the Tutsi. The Tutsi don't look like West African or Bantu phenotypically. Yeah.
But
They
if you
don't.
look at them, you just know they're black.
Sorry.
You get that
The
feeling.
Tutsi. You get feeling that they're black.
I can.
Tutsis
I
literally
mean,
look
if
like
you
East Africans,
if
Herners.
you look at East Africans, not Somalis, the Horn, and you look at Southern Africa and West Africa, you get that feeling that somebody's black. But if you look at the Horn, you just don't get that feeling.
What do you mean? What
think what
feeling?
this
Are
lady,
you talking
hold on,
about?
can
Are you
I say
talking about
something?
phenotype?
Dr. Aro, let me just say something. I think what this lady is doing is ascribing certain features to non-Africans. And that is a grave mistake. Because Africans have
Really, I'm not.
But you just said the
Really, I'm
Tutsis
not.
they don't look like this
The brother
African.
Mogadishu is the
But they
one
are
doing
black.
it,
It
not
still
me.
doesn't make them not be black. When you keep saying the Tutsis don't look like this one, this group doesn't look, and Dr. R does that too. This is a silly thing that people keep doing. Africans are the oldest, and they have 10 times more history than the other groups. 10 times more history.
Well, to teenager, what I'm trying to say,
they are
there are
so
people that look
diverse.
like us in Africa. We're not the only people with this phenotype.
Guys, you see what a Fuller? You guys see what Fullers look like most of the time? They have different ones, but here it is.
Tunaja.
You guys see
Brother.
You guys
the
see
whole
that
time
here?
we are here because we are fighting
guys
for
see?
our phenotype. I never said we don't look. People are saying you don't look black. That because of that you are not black. Don't pull this on me. Josie said they don't look black. Everybody here on the panel saying to us we don't look black. So are you
Well, I
turning to
couldn't
us
care
and
about
say
any
we
people.
don't look black?
Well, I
I
don't
I'm
care.
not saying that. I don't like when people try to ascribe African features. And I
Mark
think
my words, in
Africans
Africa, mark my words, you're going to get Rwandan genocide in Africa one day.
Aro,
Mark my words, mark
Aro,
my
can I
words,
say
mark my
something?
words.
Dr.
Mark my
R,
words, there's going to be a Rwandan genocide.
Dr. R, Dr. R, wait, Dr. R. Why would you jump to genocide? Like what's
Well,
that
that's
all
what happened
about?
in Rwanda. No. That's what happened in Rwanda. Why do you think they killed all the Tutsis? You know what's funny? The Tutsis don't even come from the Horn of Africa.
Wait.
Wallahi, billah, I swear on Allah, there's going to be a genocide in Africa. If you keep
Why do
thinking
you
this, bro.
guys
Mark my
claim
words.
you're gonna invade other Africans? Like you're outnumbered. You can't do that.
Listen, nobody's invading anybody, but the Tutsi being genocide because of the way they looked. Because
No,
you could see
No,
my
that's not
God.
what it is,
You see, that
guys.
is,
Yes,
see,
Tutsi was killed.
they
They were
attacked them.
calling
They
kill the
attacked them because they
tall
felt that they
tree.
were
Come on,
oppressing the other groups. This is what groups do
kill
in
the
nations.
Wallah,
tall
the bullshit.
tree.
Wallah,
How did they
bullshit.
know? How did
But
they
what
know
has
the
that got to do with
difference?
their looks? It doesn't. The reason why they kill them doesn't have anything to do with their looks. It has something to do with the fact that
No,
they
but
feel
they could tell
oppressed
who's
by the
Tutsi though.
Tutsis. Of
They
course, they
could
can
tell
tell
who's
who is
the
Tutsis
Tutsi.
because Tutsis have
Exactly.
specific looks and they
Okay,
speak.
guys,
That's all we're saying. That's all
You know
we're
what,
saying.
man? You know, fuck this whole African unity bullshit. I'm in a room full of girls. Forget. You know what? Yeah, I don't care if you class me as black or not. I am a proud Somali. Yeah? You know what? Fuck all of you. Bye.
Actually, that's always
If
been
you are
like that.
involved in
You're an
what you can
Englishman.
leave, nobody needs you to behave.
Okay, let's have proud Cushitic race here. Proud Cushitic race. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
And where you calling from?
America.
Where in America?
Georgia.
Georgia. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thank you. I'm ticketing Eritrean.
You're Eritrean?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank
So
you.
I just wanted to second everything that Only Me said in terms of Somali DNA. The DNA test you just saw was of a woman with my heritage, using my heritage DNA from 2016, which is quite unreliable. If you want to find reliable Somali DNA tests, you're going to have to look at 23andMe tests. Recent 23andMe tests.
We already looked at a 23andMe earlier. So we've actually gone through different tests. But now, my thing is, I just wanted to, since like only me, Nakmizi and others, they back their argument with the DNA. So I play it so people can see, because it's all part of the education process. But I'm just confused. Like, okay, the DNA, 1 minute it was this, and then in 2016 it used to be they were from the Middle East. Now in 2020, because the way people are acting, I don't know if they went back and wrote a letter to the people showing this DNA and threaten them and say, I mean because people are getting very, very touched by this, and like and they wrote the letter to them and said in 2016, what you were showing, you better stop that, or else there's gonna be a problem. Like there's gonna be a problem. So now you're saying ignore all this because I don't know. Like, to me, it's not even a big deal. But I don't get why the goalpost keeps moving, and I don't get it.
Big deal. Do you know why it's a big deal? Because some of all these people, their loyalties lie elsewhere. They will say it's because of religion, but they tie themselves because they look at that image that we saw. Clearly, those people were black people, but they would rather associate themselves with this in Mecca and this in the Arabs, because that's why they deny that they are black people. This is the reason why they try to delineate, because they feel like when you describe them as black, they are not black. They will say they are not black because we look different, a little bit different from you, but we are more associated with the one that even look more different from them. You see, the Arab people, if you look at the Saudi prince, does he look like any Somali that you saw in that image?
No,
he doesn't. So, but this is what they do because they don't want to associate themselves with Africans. I've seen Moroccans that discourage their own son from getting married, from going out with a Moroccan woman, so that he will go out with a European. They don't even want him to go out with a European woman. They would rather he goes out with
wait. Are you trying to say because of what you saw in that DNA video, is that the reason why you put in this?
No, I'm putting this because there's an element of self-hate going on there, where they don't want to admit to where they came from, and they will say they are from Africa and they are from their nation or their tribe, because when they are inside their country now, they'll say they are from their tribe. But when you tell them that, okay, you belong to a larger group that is black. No, like Europeans, like the Greeks and the Swedish, like if you ask them, oh, you're white, the Greek will be like, oh no, I'm not white, I'm Greek. No, they know they are white. And so do this in other groups know that they are this in black in Africa. When they say they are not, that's that element of self-hate going on there. I admit some Somalis are probably mixed, and those ones are the ones that are more jarring because the other groups have more this in slim features. So
Right.
when you see the ones that are lighter skin, you think that's how they all are. But they are not mostly like that.
Right. Hey, Kwesi,
I never said
where,
you're Arab.
Kwesi, where did you send it? I can't find what
Can I
you
say
sent.
this?
Go ahead.
Yo, I sent another one too to the back chat. Just play it.
Okay,
if it's
I
right,
see.
it's right. If it ain't,
Josie.
it's 2021, 23
Okay.
and me.
Okay. Go ahead, Josie.
Okay, look, the video that we saw that Nakmizi posted that we just watched, that lady, she's the average Somali that I see in my country. That's how most of them look like. I get what Dr. Kez was saying, that maybe some of them look black in the
It's
country,
not
but
true.
the people I come
It's not.
across look like her.
Well, that's
for
what I
me-
see too in America.
No, I'm being honest with
to
you.
be honest.
That's how
Yeah.
they look. Look,
Some of them, yes.
yeah, that's what you see. Even more, so I can't
And you
pronounce
don't
your
see
name.
us black, right,
Says the
Josie?
same thing. 3 people are telling you the same thing.
No, that woman I don't see as black.
Let
You
me
don't,
say
yeah, exactly.
African.
You don't see us
Like
black.
I don't see
No,
you as the typical African that I see.
Tunija was saying that we are not saying that, but
Like
you guys are not the
that's the
one
Somali that I
don't
see.
us
Look,
as
I'm not
black.
gonna argue with you. Hold on. Only me. Listen to him. Hear me out. Only me. I'm not gonna argue DNA. What? I know nothing about that. I know what I saw. That lady is the average Somali I see.
Afro-demons, why stop doing this?
Wait, and let me
She's
make
not
a disclaimer. If she doesn't have any significant admixture, I will come off the live stream right now.
Okay.
Good deal.
Of course, this one
Good
has
deal.
got
All
admission.
right. So wait,
Listen.
Nakmizi.
Yes.
So this here, okay, this looks pretty new, right?
Yes, 2021, 23 and me. If she proves me wrong, I'll click off the chat.
Thank you.
Okay, Nakmizi, we will kick you out.
Okay, yeah, kick me out. But I'm gonna go into the chat.
Somali, come on, man.
Okay, hold on. Let's let this woman talk. I mean, you
Wait,
guys.
and if she does have admixture, kick Dr. R out. Let's do it for that.
Okay.
My channel, it feels like I've been away for a really, really long time, but I've just been trying to sort out my real life, if that makes sense. But yeah, just an update. We're in the pandemic, as everyone knows.
So this is pretty new. I mean, guys, does she look Arab? Oh,
She does not look like a typical
she looks
Somali girl
Somali.
to me.
she what?
She looks Arab.
She doesn't look typical of that
She is
image we showed
Hammer.
earlier on too. So
Yeah,
let's
I
not
can
let's be
see
fair.
her.
She's
Oh,
a
she is
typical
Rer
Somali.
Hammer.
Is she
I
is what?
told you before.
She's
She
what?
is Rer Hammer. Rer Hammer. Yeah, she does look like Rer Hammer to me. Anyway,
Yeah.
continue.
Okay, so like what haram?
Hammer.
Rer Hammer.
Never mind. I'll just let
It's
this
Hammer
go.
time.
Coastal
Hammer
Somali.
time.
It's a mixed Arab tribe.
It's War Hammer time.
Okay,
Let's go.
Warhammer.
What I've decided to do actually in this video is thank you so much for all the comments, all the likes, for all of my DNA test videos that I've done.
Happy Companion said is light-skinned African. Well, that's another topic. Is there any such thing as light-skinned African? I don't want to start that today, but let's focus
Don't
on this
start
one.
now.
No, okay, sorry guys.
I really appreciated it. But I could see in the comments a lot of people wanted me to talk about 23andMe. So for anyone who's new to the channel, I've done my ancestry, I've done my heritage, and so in the comments everyone said if you are East African or if you're Somali, 23andMe has a better database in terms of them finding your DNA. So if anyone wants to know what I got for my ancestry, and for my heritage, you can have a look at the links will either be in the description below or sent off. It took maybe about 3 weeks for them to process. Slower process. You guys know what I got. Right, so I've got my results here, guys. So I've already had a look at these results. So because I've waited for so long to get the results, when I finally got the results, I couldn't wait. So I just opened them, and I'm really impatient like that. But I've got 99.9% sub-Saharan African, and in particular is 99.9% Somali.
Wait.
Out. Like Mizzy,
Okay,
you
hey,
gotta leave.
Magdalene, take him out, please. He's on video. He killed his own himself.
Hold
Bye-bye, Mogadishu, Mr. Mogadishu.
Like Mizzy, you cut yourself this one. That means that doesn't seem right though.
Hold on.
Yeah,
If
that
I
Play the whole
expand
video.
upon
Something's
different
off.
regions. So the difference between 23andMe, which I found very helpful,
Something's off.
was the fact that it will actually pinpoint the certain continents that it actually has picked up that your DNA is most common in. So it talks about the recent ancestry from weaker to stronger. So my strong regions that came up on my DNA were, I think it's called, if I say these words wrong, guys.
Look, I mean, if this comes out 99%, I'm more inclined to believe some people made phone calls or wrote letters.
It doesn't make sense.
Because
Like
what I'm
one
seeing on this,
region
wait,
is very hard
guys,
to achieve.
guys, what I'm
Nationality
seeing,
level
no,
isolation.
guys, what I've seen in this panel today, people calling for genocide. For just pointing this out, I can see letters being written. Okay, but I just wanted to throw that out there. But I'll watch.
Just
don't
correct
control
me.
big
But
companies.
Benadir, number 1. Number 2, Muduk. Number 3, Galgudud. Number 4, Lower Juba. Number 5, Shabela Haddehe. Number 6, Bari. Number 7, Hiran. And the thing is, that's where it's coming up that my DNA is most prominent in. Now, the other ancestry DNA results that I did, so Ancestry and My Heritage, they never necessarily specified what area I'm from. And in fact, I think it was Ancestry. It actually got some of the regions wrong. So, for example, it classified Borome and it classified Hargeisa and Djibouti as being parts of Ethiopia, when of course Djibouti is its own country, and Hargeisa and Borno are part of Somaliland. So that was a mistake from their end, which I hope that they do fix, because it's wrong, it's false. But yeah, so and this one was a surprise. I got 0.1% Vietnamese. Now if you look,
Hold on, guys. I'm
So
noticing
she's mixed. She's mixed.
Yes,
She's Vietnamese too.
she's got Vietnamese, but I noticed something, right? I'm beginning to notice a pattern. This is not just so the Somalis are saying do 23andMe, and you have other areas also, like in other region like Sierra Leone, they would tell you to do certain company. So to me, like, I don't know how accurate these are. If somebody's just saying, if DNA doesn't lie, why
No,
should
they're
it be
accurate.
specific? But
They're
hey,
accurate.
it was
The
accurate.
samples,
But
How far back does it go?
what I'm saying,
DNA lies.
2000, what I'm saying, Niger brought a good point I was just about to raise, which is, let's remember, we played some that are like 2018. You guys are not, you guys disagree with it. You said 2021. So far, she has 1% Vietnamese. Let's continue and see if she has German now.
look at My Heritage. It actually came up as Chinese and Vietnamese, and it didn't necessarily specify which one. But on this one, it's almost clarified that it's Vietnamese. And just to let you guys know, for 23andMe, it dates back 250 years. So it dates back around 10 generations.
That tells you everything you need to know.
7 to 10 generations. If we're looking at it from a 10
tells you everything you need to know.
perspective,
Be quiet, man. Let it play.
Yeah.
It's 250 years back. So within a span of 250 years, I've been pretty much Somali. My ancestry has pretty much been Somali, 99.9%. And at some point in that 250 years, Vietnam someone who's Vietnamese has come into the DNA, that lineage has kind of joined into mine. So one thing that I tried to find out is whether there's been any type of trade between, for example, Vietnam and my region in the Horn of Africa. And I've not been able to actually find anything. I know, for example, Djibouti, Somalia, Somaliland have always had trade when it comes to China, but I haven't actually found anything to do with Vietnam. So if anyone does know anything in regards to the history of Vietnam and the regions of Djibouti, Somaliland, Somalia, whether there's been any connections between those regions at any point in time, I think it'd be really interesting if anyone does have any extra knowledge about that, because I have no idea how I've got 0.1% Vietnamese, and it's also come up in my heritage. So there's a correlation between the two DNA companies that I've taken. But that's it for the DNA series, and I don't think I'll be doing any more DNAs, because I feel as if I've gone for 3 major companies. I might do a video in which I compare the differences, my different experiences I've had with all 3 companies. But as of right now, that will definitely depend on whether that's something you guys are interested in or not, or alternatively, if you've got time.
Like Mizzy, you have enough information.
Well, okay, yeah, I have enough information. Give me the mic. Give me the mic. Pause the vid. Give me the mic, please.
Okay,
All right, so now check this out.
So Nakmizi, she is 99% Somali, 1% Vietnamese.
According to this, right? But now notice how she didn't show the results. She read them. She can read whatever she wants. And even by her own admission, she said that she's only going back 250 years. I talked about the trade. She wants to talk about trade with Vietnamese. I talked about the trade with the Arabs from the time of the Prophet Muhammad.
Yes, you did say that.
And when we pulled her up, Dr. R said, she's Arab, she's not a real Somali. So what they're trying to do is push the goalpost. But I'm a man of my word. I said if she was 100% Arab or something like that, Somali, I would get off.
Yes, you did say that.
She has Vietnamese admixture. She has Vietnamese
No, two Niger.
What is splitting hairs, though? I agree with you.
I didn't go split hairs, boy.
Okay, so Happy Damas, I have a comment to make here. Is the issue here is people don't know how DNA works. So this is how DNA. You have people like Josie saying DNA is false or something. No, DNA is real, right? What they do is
Dr. Kaizo, we understand, but now
I want to explain. Why
but what I'm saying is, okay, at one point something is not adding up. Okay, so they did the DNA. Wait. People are doing DNA in 2016, and then now the results is coming. It's showing something that. Wait a minute. Even in this panel here, it's showing a result that certain group of people are arguing against, and then now all of a sudden they are like, no, go to 23andMe, and they are doing new tests, and it's not showing that region. I'm just confused.
Let me address something. No, you are going to have your chance.
So wait a minute. Wait, hold on. And also, someone made a good point. He said, how come, Somalia is part of the Arab League?
Okay. Exactly. Dr. K. Okay, finish your point.
Okay, so here's a point. So why are they having in 2016 saying 65% Southeast African Bantu and then 40% Arabian or whatever, and why is it now saying 99%? Because of this. So the Southeast African Bantu one is wrong, because that's just what they put there. That's just a title. The DNA is still the same. It's just how they decide to add it up. So it's just the statistics that they're using. So these days, what they do is they have so many Somali DNA, and they add it all up. And then people who share the similar DNA, that's what they added up to, saying 100% Somali. So they're looking at most Somalis and seeing if they share the same DNA with each other. But that's why it's a stupid test. It won't tell you any of the admixture with Arabs or other tribes, because they refuse to add on ancient admixtures with other people. because then it's going to confuse things to make it seem like they're, mixed with Arabs of modern day. But the reality
Great
is,
point, but she got Vietnamese. She ain't pure.
Let me just say, I just allowed him to say something. See, the thing is, what I see going on here, we have to be very careful, because what they were testing it with a more broad timeline and variety. But what they have done now is they narrowed it down to 250 years, which is even beyond. It's even less than what the African Americans have, or the people, most people in the diaspora have. So they narrowed it down to that period. Maybe that period is a period where the Somalis didn't mix with other groups a lot. So all the groups they have, most of them were 99% Somali there. But if they had gone back further, then they will track where that lady actually came from. And that is what we have to be careful. And what they are doing here is almost ostracizing the Somalis, or saying the Somalis are African, they are from there originally, like they are not tied to the Arab. When in reality, even the Somalis know they are tied to the Arab somehow.
Yep.
We are not titled to Arab. Can I say something, please?
Can I say something, please? Just
okay, we have someone new. Yeah, tribal.
Yeah, I just want to ask here. I just want to ask only me this question: what is a Somalian? Is a Somalian a race? Is Somalia a race? So when you say I'm 99% Somalian, what do you mean? Is that a race on its own? What is that?
It's nation, I think.
No.
So you can
let
say
them answer. Let them answer.
Let them answer. If somebody say I'm 99% Somalian, what does that mean? Is that a
Okay,
race?
can I answer?
Yes, you. I'm asking you.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Good. Listen, when we talk about DNA, actually, the 23andMe, I think it goes 500 years, but it's debatable. Anyways, I'm not sure. But the thing is, 23andMe has the most samples from the Somalis and the Horn Africans, and that one will give you the correct amount of percentage you have, and that's exactly what we are looking at. The brother took his own video, and she said 99%
I'm
Somali.
not talking about Somalia.
Anyway, no, I'm just
Somalia.
yeah.
She didn't
I'm
show
gonna come to
anything.
your
She
question.
read it.
I'm
She
gonna come to
read
your
her
question.
DNA. She didn't show
Listen,
anything.
But
she
only
read
me.
it.
You
Only
took
me.
a
Not only
video
me.
and you busted. So, anyways, brother, tribal African, I will come to your
You
question.
are
Please
busted.
have a
You
minute.
are busted.
Only me. Only me. Only me.
Anyway,
Only me.
Please let's answer my
Okay,
question.
only me.
Please.
Answer his question because
yeah, I will definitely answer
but
this question.
you're
Yeah.
deflecting though.
No, I'm not deflect. I'm just going back to what we had problem here. I'm just explaining the problem because you were asking what is the problem. We don't threaten. We don't have power over these companies. This is huge companies, multi-billion-dollar company. We don't have any power over them. Anyways, Somalis is tribe. It's a tribe. One
Not
tribe
a
in
race.
Africa
So
called
not
Somali.
a race.
It's not a race, but we have a Cushitic also. That we have different Cushitic tribes together. But Somalis is one tribe. We are not a race. But the main important thing is that you see in yourself, Somali people. This is the DNA we are looking at when we are making the real. They have the real samples, the real samples of the Somalis. This is what you're looking at. You understand? 500 years. That's what I always said.
That makes no sense because I think it's just like you're hiding something. It's like the Igbo would tell
Why
you,
would I hide?
I am
Am I hiding?
Igbo. Wait, listen.
DNA is in your front of your face, brother.
Listen, Igbo can tell you I'm Igbo. I'm just Igbo. Does that make sense to you? I'm not African. I'm Igbo or I'm Yoruba.
I don't know. I don't know.
Good. That is it. That
is
the same thing. So what I'm just trying to say
it's not the same thing, brother. You have DNA here in front of you, and you are questioning a DNA company.
Of course, I'm Bantu African. I'm the original man of Africa. So when I'm telling you, I just want you to understand. Don't tell me about my. Don't tell about my DNA. I'm Bantu. So what I'm trying to say is. Somalia is just a mix of people. I don't know why we need to continue doing this debate. That is a fact. So if you want to be African,
we are not. We are
fine.
homogeneous people.
Fine, you can be African.
People. We are not mixed people.
But Somalians, that's mostly Horn of Africa, is mixed. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't think that you're taking it as if it's a fight. There's nothing wrong with that. That is just a fact. When people talk listen, when people talk about
right?
No.
You can
when
later.
people
I just
talk
explain this.
when people talk about African, there's one image they have in mind. They have the Bantu. And that's what it's always been. When you say, oh, you're African, people talk about what image just comes into your mind is the Bantu African, because that is the original African. The rest of it is mixed.
Can I tell you something?
Original African. And by the way, why are you calling my people bastards?
E1B1B. E1B1B is
Dr. R,
older than
Dr. R,
E1B1A.
he
Brother,
didn't call your
let me tell
people
you
that.
something. E1B1B
What's your
is
tribe?
older
African
than
tribe. Africa.
E1B1A.
What's your tribe?
Did you know that?
African tribal.
Abo, sughir.
What you
Did you
want
know
to know about my
E1B1B is
tribe? My
older?
tribe is
Who call it a tribe? You said Bantus. You Bantus are invaders. You come from Nigeria and Cameroon. The Kushites have been in
good.
Northeast Africa from
I'm
Sudan
from
to Tanzania.
I'm from Cameroon.
And
You
Abo,
got it right. That is the
Well, your people are
original
invaders. Your
people.
people are invaders. Do you know that your people are invaders from
No.
Cameroon?
See, what I'm trying to say, the Bantu is the first DNA.
Listen, African tribe African. Did you know that E1B1B is older than E1B1A? Did you know that?
That's just
So
the
how
shit.
can
I
you
don't need
count?
to know about
This
that.
is a
I'm just giving you
genetic
the
fact.
facts.
This is genetic fact.
Look, okay, only
Said
me.
something that it was really interesting. Why do all of you say go to 23andMe? Why don't take African ancestry DNA? Why do
Because
all
they
of you
don't
say
have
oh,
enough
go to
samples of
23andMe?
Somalis.
Go to
They don't have
23andMe. Go
enough.
to 23andMe. Why
Because
is
they have
that?
it.
Why is that the only one that's important? Because you think it's
Because they
not
have
stable or
samples.
what?
Because
They
they
have
limit their
samples
results
from
to
us.
250 years ago. They don't go back enough. I can test somebody today that is mixed race and say, okay, let me stop it right there. And I'll find that they have half white and half this thing Nigerian. You can stop right there. If you don't go back thousands of years, you cannot categorically say, oh,
But there
this
is
person
no
is just
DNA
this
that
thing.
goes back thousands of years.
Of course, they do. They can track it back.
Ancestry don't go
They can
1,000
track.
years.
See, the lady told you herself.
Yeah,
that
hold
they
on,
stop
hold
at
on, hold on.
250 years. There's a reason why they stop at 250 years. They didn't stop 10 years ago. They stopped at 250 years. They can go further back.
Okay, let's have
Can you let
DMF.
Brad put that
DMF,
in,
what
please?
did you want to say?
All right. I just wanted to add that you see, if you're of a white descent and you obviously got a black person married to a white person, you're mixed race. But if you're of an ethnic descent, it doesn't matter which background you're at in terms of being in the ethnic family, that's not mixed race.
Wait. Okay, explain. Can you explain that again? If you are,
I said, if you're black and you're white, yeah, obviously your parents got together and then you was born, you're mixed race, right? But if you're of the ethnic.
But when you say ethnic,
family,
give example.
Okay, so basically, if you're, I should say, Chinese, black, Asian, other nationalities.
So, but that's not black. That's not black.
That's still mixed. They call them Balencians.
That's still mixed.
I don't know.
That's still a mixture.
It's not. Well, it is a mixture in terms of when you're talking about obviously biology, but in terms of being under the same banner, right? Being people of color, because remember,
so
most ethnic people have color in them. They're not like white people, are they?
No. The difference is, like white people still have melanin. They just have less melanin.
Of course, yeah.
So everybody have melanin except albinos. So are you telling me that if a Chinese and an African have a baby, that baby is not a mixed child?
Well, as I just explained to you a minute ago, it's a mix, but it's not a mix as in how you would refer to a black person
mix is mix.
It's not the same thing.
Mix is a mix.
Can I make an analogy?
No, mix is not mix.
Can I make an analogy?
Mix is not just black and white.
I don't believe in that.
No, it's not just black and white.
I don't believe in that.
So what I'm saying, if you think DMF, if a black person have baby with a Chinese person like me as African, you think that baby is gonna come out looking like me? People are gonna see that baby and not be confused and say and not.
Well, the baby is gonna be obviously of a lighter shade because obviously.
But that's mix. But mix is mix.
DMF, who's more mixed?
Pardon?
This makes more sense. When you mix, two different races.
Two different races.
Who's pure?
I don't know why
you're pure. Who's pure? The Englishman or the Greek man? Because in America, they believe that because in Europe, back in the day, they believed like the Spanish, Portuguese, Italians, and Greeks, they were not pure whites.
Let's talk about African.
I'm making a comparison. So I'm asking you who's pure white.
The Greeks and the Spanish people, they didn't consider themselves whites in the ancient times. But let me address this point. This point is very, very important. Because
In America, they're not considered white. They were not considered.
Dr. Aaron, let me just finish this point because I think there is subtleties that is leading to a lot of arguments here. When those people say that these people are 100% Somali and they go back 250 years and they name different points on the map in Somalia, what they don't say is where those people are from 250 years ago. 250 years ago is a very short timeline for mixture. Anybody can take a DNA test in Nigeria and they say they are Nigerian. One of them is from Imo State. The other one is from Kanu. And the other, what does that mean? It means nothing. You have to.
Nigeria is not an ethnicity. You do realize that?
Oh my goodness. I'm talking about human beings. Who cares about ethnicity here?
There are many ethnic groups in Nigeria.
Guys, I think you're ignoring what Niger is saying.
No,
listen to what he's saying.
Years. That is a very subtle point.
Yeah.
They capped it at 250 years so that it doesn't, because it wouldn't expand as much. When a population is mostly isolated during that period, you're not going to see any people that come out from that area.
So guys, do you see like what Niger just said, right?
Yeah, can
Niger, the point that Niger said here, even though it was, Nakmizi said the same thing before Niger came, which is Nakmizi talked about 6,000 years. Do you guys remember this? He talked about 6,000 years back. So what Niger is saying is the 250 years is not enough.
Can I answer? I said, listen, maybe you were not there to Niger. I said, when you're talking about ancient DNA, there's a difference. Ancient DNA is different than a recent DNA. All the DNAs today we take here, this is new DNA, it's a recent DNA, and that goes to 200, 500 years. That I completely agree with you. There's no ancestry that now goes over 500 years. I completely agree with you, right? So this is what this is showing. The past 500 years, this girl is 99% Somali. However, when we look at 5,000, when we, yeah,
500 is 250.
Okay, but I know that 23andMe goes 500 right now. Anyways, it doesn't even matter. The thing is, when we go 1,000, listen, I told the brother before, 5 to 6,000, 8,000 years ago, we had an admixture. I did tell you when I came in on the line, I hope you remember. And this admixture was from the Natufian for 6 to 8,000 years ago. So this is nothing new. This is an admixture, an ancient admixture. When we see like 40%, this is the Eurasian, this from these people who migrated back.
So there's the mixture then. There's mixture.
For the past 5,000, since we entered Africa and we start mixing with the Nilotic people, we have not been mixing with other people because we
not with the Yemeni.
Okay.
She had
Let me ask her this question from what she said earlier on. Let me ask her this question. You said earlier on that the Arabs came into the country.
One second.
Okay,
hold on.
What you're saying.
Hold on. No, I was responding to Proud Koshetik. The link that you sent will not open, but I'll check the video that you sent. Go ahead, Niger.
Yeah, see, from what Olimi said, that the Arabs came into their country, they had a bit of mixture. They have groups in there that they mixed with, and she talked about how their country became Islamized. This thing about 14th century. I think it's 14th century they become mostly Islamized, but she said it even goes back to around the 8th or 10th century. That's about 1,000 years ago. And if they became Islamized and had relationship with Arabs, this result wouldn't show that. That is what I'm telling you. Because this result, it doesn't hark back to the Arabs. It just harks back to the Somalis that were present in Somalia right now.
Our Hablo group would show with Arab. Our Hablo would be J in that case. You understand,
Yeah,
brother?
But they're not the Hablo group. They're saying where you are from, the tribes you are from.
I'm just saying. Come on.
You're moving the Hablo group now. You're moving everything. They didn't say anything about Hablo group. They just said about the regions in Somalia where they are from. That's where they got their samples from.
Your voice is overbearing, bro.
Sorry, is it very loud?
It's all good. It's all good. What we're having here is we're having a constant. Hold on, we're having a constant moving of the goalpost. Only Me is when it's convenient, talking about recent DNA, 250, she turns it into 500 in the same breath. And then she wants to jump back 5,000 and 6,000 years ago, but then ignore the DNA from the time of the Prophet Muhammad when they were doing trade. And we all know that with trade comes race mixing. It becomes a miscegenation zone.
We don't
So when
mix.
Why do you keep bringing race
hold
mix?
on. I'm quiet, but when I speak, I need silence as well. So when we speak and we show them DNA test, then it becomes, well, do a recent DNA test. We do the recent, and that same one said it's only 250 years, and that's not enough. And she didn't even show the results. She read them. So the point is that if you're going to admit that you have
Why would she
admixture,
lie?
then you have to admit that you are an admixed people. That's it.
Admixed people.
No,
You're
they're,
funny.
no, they're not.
The video
No,
that
they're not
brother
mixed people.
Kush posted here, the
I
video
know
that
the
brother
Let me
Kush
speak to this
posted,
guy.
you
All
can
right,
you
then.
got
All
a
right, then.
No,
whole.
I'm
Mr.
talking to
Measley.
you.
So how
I'm
can we?
talking to you.
you can
Fake
watch the
Weezy.
video. You can watch the video if Somalis have any Arabic. This video is perfect. This talking about ancient admixture.
No. We don't
I
trust you
still
no more.
watch.
We don't trust you no more.
Guys,
Hey,
guys, this is
Wait,
guys,
I got a question
guys.
for her. I got a
Who are
question
you?
for her.
No, we don't
Can
trust
you
you no
count
more.
to
Who are
5
you?
in Somali? Can you count to 5 in Somali?
What?
Can
I
you
what?
count to 5 in
I
Somali?
can speak
Yes,
Somali.
dummy.
Oh,
وأقولها نقرأ
That's our
Somali. أنا
can
language.
you
بتكلم
count?
Somali.
Can you
Madam, do
count
not
to
answer
5?
the question.
Can
Do
you
not
count
answer the
to 5
question, sister. Do
in
not answer the
Somali for
question.
me?
Yes.
Do
Yo,
not answer the
Dina, be
question.
quiet. I
Answer the
wanted to
answer.
count to 5 in
Listen,
Somali for
Don't
me.
answer the question.
Here
Guys,
you go. Ko,
See,
Answer the
see,
insult.
see,
labo,
see.
Don't answer
Let's
the
take it.
question.
Let's before we start
I'm
accusing
No,
her
she
I'm
can
of
do it.
counting.
She can do it.
being
She can do it.
being
Ko,
untrustworthy.
no,
See,
no,
you
ko.
don't need to do that. You don't need to do that.
I
No,
think
no,
I
no,
think
no,
this
no.
is
Exactly.
just
We're
Hey, don't be
speaking.
I'm
telling
not
her
You're
even
not to do
working
what I
patronizing
say.
Somali.
her. You're
I
patronizing
know
her.
where you're coming
It's
from.
an
You're looking
insult.
for
I think
Arabic
it's just
words.
this. We're just wasting. I think the
She's
whole
just saying what
says
she knows
Arabic
Somali
about her
words.
country.
guys,
as
African
being
guys,
women need
black.
to step in, man,
You know,
because
as
guys, guys,
this
hold
guy
on,
is taking a piss.
guys, hold on, guys,
I
Yo,
don't know why I'm
DMF, shut
recording
up
We've,
when
and go
we've,
someone
take
else
care
saying
of
hold
your
on,
consent.
Indian baby.
hold on, guys.
Fucking
I
slave.
mean, the show is going well. We are having a good time, but we've been here a little over 4 hours, and I definitely would love to continue going, but we would have to do a part
Another
2
time.
on this, and for sure, what's her name? Only me.
Yes.
Only me. I would love to have you back again, Dr. R, all of you. But let's start saying our last words. We've learned quite a bit here. We've learned that the Somalis were mixed, and we've learned that they are not mixed, back and forth. So I'll give you guys the last words, and I would go in sequence. When I call your name, give a quick 60 seconds, and I'm going to time people. So if anybody has a tendency to go over that, I would definitely
Good
put
luck,
you
everyone.
backstage. So we will start with Dr. Kaizo. Dr. Kaizo, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for having me and everyone else on this panel. It was a very interesting discussion. Are Somalis mixed? Yes, every human being is mixed on this planet. Do they have any recent admixture? No. And according to the haplogroup, B1B1B prevalent is 80%, meaning if they are mixed, it's no more than 20%. Because if it was more than 20%, most Somalis would not have that haplogroup, which is an African haplogroup. So the point here is, even if you include the ancient DNA, Somalis are not more than 20% mixed with something else.
Nice.
Okay.
Okay. All right. We have okay. Tunaja, I'll just let you go.
Yeah, I think for one, I think only me should not see it as if people are trying to pick on her or anything like that. I think she's just saying from what she knows, and she knows quite a lot. I have to give credit to her for that. But the facts that were presented here was basically were time capped. Basically, and when you time cap something, then there's only as much information as you can get. If they wouldn't be stating the fact that they cap it, if it didn't have any implications. And because if anybody stands before me today and tell me that they are mixed race, I will cap them with just the current time. But if I want to go back in time, I have to trace back their ancestry. As Dr. K said, to the credit of the Somalis, they are not. They are about 20% at most. So that let's put it down to that, because
So your conclusion is It's about maybe 20%, but they're still mixture, right?
They are still mixed. They are still
Okay.
mixed.
All right. Thank you.
It's
Nigel.
impossible. It
All
has to
right.
be Nazi level isolation.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, too, Niger. Tribal African, go ahead.
Well, I think 99% of Somalians are mixed, not 20. I believe 99% of Somalians are mixed. And among themselves, they will say it that they are not Africans. Not just because only me, maybe she thinks different. She can come on the panel and try to defend the whole of the country. But if you mix Somalians, you talk with them, what they think inside, what they feel inside them, they don't feel they're Africans. They know they're different. And that is a fact. So we're just beating around the bushes. That's what Somalians feel. They think they're different. They think they are not Africans. And for some reason, they think they are better.
Thank you. And now we're going to let Proud Cushitic race go.
Okay, so all Somalis are admixed, as everyone on Earth is, but
That's
it's
right.
not due to Arab admixture. That's what I would say. And I also posted my DNA results. I'm a pure Cushitic person, so.
Yeah, I couldn't open it. Asking for, logging, but okay. Well, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay, now we have DMF. Actually, let's have Mutu Mulema.
No, I'll go. It's all right.
Oh, go ahead, DMF.
Yeah. So basically, I believe, as the gentleman said before, we're all mixed, and some people have personal issues, and I think they need to verify if others are mixed or not mixed. And to me, that's all just a pile of dog feces. It doesn't really amend, or I should say, amount to anything. It's just basically speaking into the air, and you don't get nothing back. You see what I'm saying? So for me, there's certain things in life you prioritize, and there's other things you don't. If someone saw me and said to me that I look Gambian, that's good on them. But I know I'm Ghanaian, so that's all it is. That's all I've got to say.
Thank you, DMF. Okay, we have Mutu Mwalima.
Yeah, I just wanted to say Somalis are mixed, and I want to say that Dr. Kaizo is wrong. They're not just 20%. I mean, the guy comes from an illiterate tribe in Kenya, so I would not listen to him.
Wait. Are we talking about the same Dr. Kaizo?
Yep.
High IQ and PhD?
Yep.
You're saying, okay, continue.
Yeah, the guy comes from an illiterate tribe in Kenya. I would not listen to him. I mean, my tribe literally dog walks his tribe over there. We lead them, so I will not listen to him. And I want to tell Dr. R that he's mixed and he can't do anything about it. It's just reality.
All right,
You're
thank
funny.
you.
You're funny.
Thank you. Dr. R, go ahead.
I just want to say that most of the panelists and people in the comment section who are West Africans, I know for a fact, and to prove my point, that you hate Somalis, and I'm going to keep this. First of all, we are not mixed. We are a homogeneous nation, and your average Somali can go back 15 or 20 generations. It's family tree, and we've been around for thousands of years. And our DNA, we spreaded our DNA to the Balkans, to India, to Indian Ocean, to some parts of Africa. We are not a mixed group. Other groups have got our DNA, and tonight, most of the show was open, but most of it was BS. All I'm gonna say is to the people on the panel, go get an education on when it comes to studying different ethnic groups.
All right, thank you, and we'll have Nakmizi.
Well, thank you again. Another great show, and again, ADOS is undefeated. Look, if it walks like a duck and talks like it, or quacks like a duck, it's a duck. You got Somalis who embraced Islam thousands of years ago. They sound like Arabs when they speak. Their culture is peppered with Arab culture. They're right across the ocean or the sea from Yemen and Saudi Arabia. When they try to come with this new DNA test, they want to pigeonhole you to a test that's only going back 250 years. Me as a Black American, my DNA test goes back way past 200 years. And where does it go to? The beautiful west coast of Africa. Okay, you look at me, I'm a Black man. I look at only me, she looks like Selena Williams, or Jennifer Lopez. She doesn't fit in the rest of Africa. She only fits in the eastern, in that little corner called the Horn. You're not a black African. You said it yourself. You said you're admixed. Just accept your admixture and leave, the rest, the black Africans, to what we do or what they do, because I'm like ADOS.
Thank you, Nagmizi, for coming into. So now we have 23. Only me. You have the last word on the panel. And I want to, first of all, before you go, you've been great. I'm glad you came in, standing your ground, and didn't get upset and just explaining things. I want to give that
Thank
to you.
you.
But go ahead.
Thank you. Just give me 2 minutes. I'm a lady, so
No,
little more
no,
time than
you're the
others.
star. You're the star of the show.
Thank
For
you
keeping your
so much.
composure. So yeah,
Thank
go
you
for
so
it.
much. So I was not here to disrespect anybody, but I heard a lot of disrespect against my people. But however, look, when we look at DNA, I like to go for the fact. What is fact, right? When we look at DNA, the brother Mogadishu, he brought the DNA and it just backfired on him badly, very bad move. Okay. So, anyways, what I said, I would never hide. I said that we had an ancient admix 5,000-6,000 years ago. But then we are not mixed with Arab, because if we would have an Arab DNA, we would have an Arab haplogroup majority, like Sudan, for instance. Sudan, they have J haplogroup majority. A lot of Sudanese have J haplogroup, and a lot of Egyptian have a J haplogroup. That's because they mix with an Arab. Okay, Somalis go 80 to 90% E1B1B, which is basically born in the Horn of Africa. Okay, the heart of Africa, Horn of Africa, it's born there. So this is our haplogroup, first of all. And you would find that you would have this Arab DNA. Just people think, of course, like, look, Yemen is right next door to Somalia, right? We can literally see from the mountain in Yemen, right? We've been trading with these people thousands of before even Islam. We've been trading with these people, all right? Like the girl said, even to China, we've been trading with these people. But the thing is, in Somalia, we have something called clanism, okay? Not only the tribe, we have inner circle, which is clan, and that is very strong. Girls are not even allowed to marry sometimes outside their clan. Even though we are Somali ethnic and tribes ethnic Somali, we are not allowed to marry somebody from our another clan. So Somalis have been practicing this system for thousands of years. And also, if you read, please, I urge everybody to go and read Somali and DNA. When you read the scientists themselves.
Let me get this straight. You're gonna are you concluding that you guys want you disagree?
Yeah, not
that
only me.
you guys are not mixed. You guys are straight pure
We have an
race on your own.
ancient. No, I said we have an ancient admix.
So you guys are mixed. So you're
ancient,
mixed.
no doubt.
Well, however, what I'm saying, but you guys are still, there's a mixture.
Yeah. Yes, you can say that. But look, I'm not claiming anybody's race. I'm not. The brother said, "Oh, you can be black, or only we are black." I don't mind. You can be how many black you. I don't care. You understand? For me, he's an African American. He does not have an identity. He cannot say I'm from this tribe. I have a tribe. I have a land. So I have some roots. You understand? I understand where he's coming from. He has to identify black because he has no tribe to go after. Anywho, I'm not the one that disrespect them, but that's what it is. But when we look at the genetics, when the scientists talk about Somali, they say the homogeneous tribe. This is scientists use this word also. So we've been sticking together for a very, very long time. That's why Somalis, when you say you are Arab, we take to offense because we are not Arab. We have nothing to do with Arab. Even our own ancient DNA
but my
doesn't
question
have anything
to
to do
you,
with
right?
Arab.
So, because like we've shown the pictures, people, Somalis, they look Arab, but like, why do people like Somalis take offense to when people confuse them as Arab? For example, some people they confuse me as, like, they will say, if they say I'm Nigerian, right? Like I don't get offended.
Okay, that's fine, brother. Look, when somebody asks me, for instance, and say, "Hey, are you Arab?" I don't get offended. Okay, but when somebody is constantly telling me you are mixed with an Arab, no matter whatever you say, you are mixed, you are, and bonding on me, then I take that to offense. You understand? If some random person says, "Hey, you look like an Arab," I don't have no problem with that person.
But you do understand why they would think
But
so, right?
we don't even look like Arab, to be honest. But
No,
anyways, if somebody
but
says,
what I'm
"Yeah,
saying,
fine," no.
I mean, through the eyes of, other people, what they are seeing, you can kind of understand why they would mistake you for.
Of course, of
Okay.
course, of course. But then when I educate you about my heritage,
Mm-hmm.
you have to respect that.
Right.
But then if you don't respect that and you bounding on me your rhetoric, then I become offended. You understand what I'm saying? If you think that, oh, you look like Arab, oh, fine, it's fine. I don't have no problem. But the problem here is people are literally forcing, they're taking their own videos, putting there, and that video blows on their face and still bounding, and still standing on their ground. Sometimes when you're wrong, you just have to accept you're wrong. Okay, we are not mixed with an Arab. We don't have an Arab DNA. We have an ancient Levantine, and those people were not Arab. Those people were African who went away from Horn of Africa, and then they came back. But they did mix the people who were there, but they were not Arab. There were no Arab back then, brother. There were no Arab. Arab did not exist back then. Okay, I'm just saying. So we have to understand that Africa has different groups. People look differently. Not everybody look the same. We don't all look the same. As I said, the North African look different. The Nilotic look different than the Bantu. You understand? And Niger Congo, they don't look like Nilotic people. You don't look like other Africans. So we have different. We have to respect each other. You can keep black if you want. If you want to take it away.
So like what you say, you guys, I get you're not mixed with Arabs, but you guys are just mixed with the Levantines.
Yes, 5,000 years ago.
Yes,
of course.
The Levantines are today's Lebanese. The Lebanese were called the Levantines and the Syrians.
No, when the Natufian were there, they were not there. The J Hablo group, they came from Caucasus Mountain. The
land there was was empty.
They knew the J Hablo group. They came from Caucasus Mountain. They migrated, and then they.
No, what I'm saying, the Somalis that went to Levantine, like when they got there was no like Levantine women for them. The land was empty, right?
The land was empty because these were the first people who started farming.
Then they became the Levantine.
And
then who did they mix with then?
The people who migrated there, and then they mixed maybe some Caucasus people or people who lived there, and then they migrated back. But the thing is, the Lebanese today, they also came from Caucasus Mountain. They were not from the Levantine. People you see today in the Israel, they're not from there originally. You understand? These people, but African people went there. Like in Egypt, they stayed. Some Egypt stayed in Egypt. Some went to and then later some went to Europe. E1B you find in Balkan, you find in Europe, you find in Arabia, you find everywhere. You find this Hablo group because some went to Europe and some came back to Africa. But this Hablo group is 100% African Hablo group, no doubt.
No doubt. Okay.
No doubt.
Wow.
Yeah,
I'm really glad. I'm really glad you came in, guys. You heard her. She stood her ground. She came and defended it, and
when you're wrong. Please accept when you think you when you misunderstand something and you being corrected, please admit it. I see people in the comments still say, no, you mix with Arab. Even though I'm showing black and white, this is scientifically proven. We are older than Arabs, for God's sake. There were no Arabs back then. I'm just saying. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Hey, thank you for coming. I appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
No problem.
Have a nice evening. Good night.
Good night. Ladies and gentlemen, you guys see it. People agreed to disagree. Music declared himself a winner, and the Somalis disagree with him. So you guys heard it. But either way, I don't know about you, but for me, I've learned quite a bit. And there's going to be some things I'm going to investigate. But I can assure you, the show was definitely good. There were times that, got kind of messy a little bit. But hey, how can we have a show if we don't have a little bit of messiness happening? But either way, I want to thank all of you for coming. If you're new here, make sure you like and subscribe to the channel. Don't just act like, oh, I'm just passing by, or pretending you don't want people to see you watching the Afridamus Report. Make sure you subscribe, because we touch on every topic. We are not obsessed with anyone. You guys remember how all the topics used to be, oh, Edos, the Nigerians, Gambians. So we touch everybody. We touch on every history. So maybe next time we'll be going to Kenya. Who knows, right? Or we could go to Burundi, Bujumbura, Ghana. Who knows? But that's what we're here for. You'll be uncomfortable, but at the end of the day, you will definitely learn something about the Afridamas and the various groups of people. Thank you, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day or evening.